Okay.
All right. So let me get my times down here. Does anybody need a break before we turn into the applicants portion?
You know, it hasn't been that long, but I wouldn't mind a short restroom break. Mr.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Thank you, Mr. Tillingen. Let's do 10 minutes. We're way ahead of schedule, so we can stop recording. We'll reconvene at 2:30. I thought, uh-oh.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do you see me now?
No, I can see you and I can hear you, but I was looking on that big list when you look at all the participants, and I didn't see your name. I probably just missed it. So anyway, no big deal.
I'm here.
Back. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
We are, Mr. Klickitat.
All right, let's go.
Okay, just briefly, we provided to you a hearing notebook. Hopefully you'll find that helpful. I will be, when I put anything up on the screen, I will be using that to do it. And there are, and there's bookmarks on the side of it where you can easily access the documents I'll be talking about, but I'll be putting that up on the screen and you can use those. I was not I was not going to be providing an introductory remark at this point. I'd like to reserve time later to provide a summary of our arguments. I agree with Mr. Tillingen that it's all fully briefed, but I think there's some comments to be made at the end, so I would like to do that at the very end. One other thing is that because of the witnesses that were called by the appellant, we did not list and are not calling Galen Wright, Mr. Galen Wright, who is the forester, and we're not calling John Shira, who is the hydrogeologist. But I believe that you will see in their in their expert witness testimony, their written testimony, that they respond to much of what Mr. White testified to. So at this point, I'll call Daniel McBrearty. And yeah, I think he's on. Dan?
Mic check. Am I coming in okay?
Yep, let me put away the notebook. All right, sir, can you state your name and an address for the record?
Yes, Daniel McBrearty. Address is 8444 Stone Ridge Terrace, Boulder, Colorado, 80302.
Is it RTY?
Yes.
All right. All right, sir, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald?
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Dan, if you can just provide your position and title with Under Canvas.
Sure, I'm the Chief Development Officer for Under Canvas.
And your duties?
I'm responsible for all new development at Under Canvas, from market and land selection all the way through design and construction.
Okay, and if you can then give us a little bit about Under Canvas, its history and purpose.
Sure, very, very briefly. Under Canvas was started in 2009 by Sarah and Jake Dusek, who were inspired by safari experiences they had had in Africa, and they wanted to bring something similar to the United States in the context of the national parks. The first Under Canvas camp in sort of the format that we see today was in Yellowstone in 2012. And the company has grown to 9 locations outside national parks and monuments around the United States today. In terms of the purpose of the company, Under Canvas provides an alternative accommodation type that allows people to extend their outdoor vacation experiences that they've had during the day at these national parks and national forests into the night, where they can have a camping type experience in an alternative overnight accommodations to what otherwise might be available.
Great. Okay, thanks. And so how many sites do you have?
We have 9 locations today.
Okay, and you selected the Columbia Gorge White Salmon area. Why is that?
The Columbia River Gorge and the White Salmon River, and then when you combine it with the Mount Hood National Forest, represent this cluster of outdoor recreation areas that are not dissimilar to some of the best national parks in the United States, in that the area has this inherent visitation. People are already coming to these national forests and these recreational areas. And frankly, there's a lack of lodging for those visitors who are already coming today.
Great. And so when you pick a place like this, like White Salmon area, what are your expectations in terms of what you're bringing to the community?
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're bringing an accommodation type that frankly we believe better fits with the environment, the national environment versus a traditional hotel. We are a smaller footprint. We provide a quiet, organized, safe environment for families from which they can enjoy the area's recreational attractions. We frankly provide an alternative accommodation to unmonitored distributed camping in the area, as well as overnight rentals, which is a concern in that's a particular concern in a lot of areas. We also provide an economic benefit to the businesses in the area. We work with a number of different businesses for recreational opportunities, such as rafting, such as guides for hiking and fishing and the like. But from an environmental standpoint, we also, in this particular instance, have offered to contribute to what we believe is an appropriate conservation in the area by offering to contribute land that's within the White Salmon National Scenic Corridor, donating that land to the Forest Service for this project to proceed.
Okay, can you go further into the land that you said you're donating? Give them a little more description of that.
Sure. There's a portion of the project, of the site that is within the White Salmon National Scenic Corridor. And it's sort of a sawtooth-edged portion of the corner of the property that, if you were to flatten it out, would parallel the White Salmon River. It's been identified as being part of the scenic corridor. We have in our proposal, as it stands today, looked at maintaining all of our development outside of that particular area. And we've made an offer to the Forest Service to donate that land so that it becomes a permanent part of their holdings, which is something that we believe is part of what they've been looking to achieve with that National Scenic Corridor.
Great, thanks. So you know all your sites pretty well. There's a big concern in this area about forest fires, as well as all over the West. What is Under Canvas's experience regarding incidents at their camps in regard to forest fires?
Sure, it is an understandable topic of conversation and a concern for both us as business owners as well as for residents in the area. So I can understand the questions that have been coming up. As a point of reference, in all of our history, Under Canvas has actually only had one incident where a fire department was called to an Under Canvas camp in a fire-related issue. And it actually just occurred recently. So I think in the past, we've been able to say we had zero. We had one this past season at our Moab location where we had a fire inside of a storage container. The fire was contained and didn't spread. But I think what is interesting is that Under Canvas has had natural incidences occurring on our site, such as a recent lightning strike at one of our camps. But we were able to see that fire contained without the need of calling in the fire department. It's what we believe is a benefit of having 24/7 on-site staff with basic firefighting equipment and trained personnel on site. So we believe there's this combination of on-site supervision that's there, as well as a very good track record for our company.
Thank you. So did you hear the testimony by Mr. White?
Yes, I did.
Okay. He mentions an incident at Glacier. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What was that again? And do you have a response to it?
What I heard from Mr. White was a representation that our company was operating illegally due to something related to our water usage at the site. The facts of this are rather different. The use of our water at the site was originally permitted with the ability to bring back documents to the regulatory agency at a later date to show what amounts of water we were using to be able to prove that the water usages were indeed what we had represented at the onset of the project. there were no requirements for the timeline for that reporting. So we've been operating inside of a legal framework. We also have actually more recently submitted the required documents showing that we indeed only used the amount of water that we originally projected, and thus we continue to operate in a legal format at that site. So.
Okay, thank you. And he also mentioned a well at the Grand Canyon, which was at your Grand Canyon site. Is there a well there, and what are the circumstances there in response to his testimony?
Yeah, I believe Mr. White represented that we had not accurately represented our water usage correctly because there was a well in addition to on-site water deliveries to the site. The fact of the matter is we don't have a well at the Grand Canyon, so it's just those water deliveries to the site that are counted in our assessments and are accurately portrayed.
Thank you. He mentioned, are there any other issues at your site that you feel are important to discuss or provide?
I will address the one last item that was raised by Mr. White related to an issue that he noted at our Moab site. We did actually have a failure of a leach field at our Moab location, but as anyone who has developed septic systems and leach fields understands, that is something that does occur, and they're actually planned for in approved systems, in that there is a backup leach field that's inherent in all of the approved designs, because this is something that can occur. And our plumber on the site actually reported the issue to the county, as was appropriate and as was the legally right approach to things to be done. And it's being mitigated without any issues or any violations. And the quotes in the Salt Lake Tribune, frankly, about raw sewage flowing across the land are those of a non-expert, and frankly, are just not accurate.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Cockham.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bertie was a lay witness, so no cross-examination. Who's your next witness?
Caitlin Cullen.
She's also a lay witness?
Oh, yes, these are all lay witnesses right now.
All right, Ms. Cullen, are you here?
I am, yes.
All right. Can you state your full name and provide me with an address?
Yes, Caitlin Cullen, 5734 Nile Road, Carnelian Bay, California, 96140.
How do you spell your first name?
Caitlan.
Caitl.
A-N.
A-N. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Would you raise your right hand for me? You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
All right. Great.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Caitlin, if you can just give your title and position with the with Under Canvas.
I sure can. So I am the Director of Real Estate Development for Under Canvas. So that means that I manage property acquisitions and then also permitting for our new campgrounds.
Okay, thank you. Will you just directly go into your role in the gorge proposal, this proposal here at White Salmon?
Happy to. So here in particular, I was responsible for managing all the due diligence on this site, managing initial design and permitting efforts, and making sure we had the appropriate technical experts to answer all the questions and create an application that was thorough.
Okay, thank you. Will you briefly go through the process you've been going through for the last year and a half or so?
Yes, happy to. This all started out after a pretty thorough site selection process where we took a look at what was available for purchase in the market that met our standards. We then conducted due diligence on the site to ensure that there were no constraints that would make developing a project like this unfeasible. Due diligence items include things like doing archaeological studies and habitat analysis. We then reviewed with county staff in a pre-application meeting to understand the requirements that we would be held to and make sure that we provided all accurate materials and all supporting studies that would be necessary. Then, based on that, we went forward and started to develop a design and complete associated studies. Simultaneous with that, we actually conducted outreach to appropriate agencies and county departments, and then also community outreach during that time as well. So we could actively iterate upon our design with the feedback that we were receiving in that process. That caused us to make some adjustments to our site plan. Dan mentioned that we aren't developing in the wild and scenic corridor. That was probably one of the biggest adjustments, was pulling everything out of that area. It also informed that we were putting a little more effort, quite a bit more effort actually than we typically do, or I've typically seen in other applications, into ensuring that our studies answered all questions that were posed to us by agencies and community members. So then we submitted the applications for review and started to receive agency feedback, and that there was no significant impact. Preliminary MDNS was then issued. Based on some of the comments received, as Mochi noted, she withdrew the MDNS so we could provide a bit of additional information. The MDNS was then again reissued, and the mitigation matrix of the SEPA checklist, I think, provides a good outline of all the measures that are going to be taken here.
Great. Okay. So is there anything unique about this site as compared to the other sites in regard to fire risk, impacts on traffic and wildlife?
This is quite similar actually to our existing sites. As Dan noted, we are located in great outdoor destinations such as the Columbia River Gorge area. So we're always sited in rural settings. Some of our sites are also accessed by dirt roads. Many of our sites have varieties of neighbors, be it residential, forest lands that are either timber companies, U.S. Forest Service, BLM, all different kinds, as well as sometimes commercial neighbors as well. And we just made sure that our application here was as thorough and comprehensive as it could be for this site.
Okay, thanks. Have you considered partnering with any other entities for conserving this property at all?
Yeah. So one of the things we heard early on was that desire to bring the wild and scenic corridor into conservation, kind of effectuating a management plan that has existed there for many years. So we reached out to some various reputable conservation groups to see how it would align with their conservation goals. Typically, we do acquire lands that are larger than we need for our camp. As you know here, 119 acres and 90 some odd of it being left as open space, it leaves a lot of room for conservation. So we reached out to a few organizations. The site did not align with their conservation goals, but we did find a good partner in the U.S. Forest Service. And we've been going down the road of prepping everything for a land donation there once this is approved and we close on the property.
Okay, thank you. There's been a lot of testimony on this, on the requirement to have Oak Ridge Road be 20 feet, and whether or not that 20-foot requirement in the MDNS would apply to Oak Ridge Road. Is Undercampus willing to agree that that 20-foot does apply to Oak Ridge Road?
Yes, we are in consultation with the appropriate department, that being Public Works. We understand that that was their intent with that mitigation measure, and we would be widening the road in those few pinch points to create a running surface that is 20 feet.
Okay, thank you. And there's also testimony that there's going to be a new access road built. Is that correct?
That is not correct. There is an existing not Forest Service, but road that is accessed by timber operations into the property, and we would be making minor modifications to that to ensure it complies with the required standards.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Cockamp.
All right, thank you. I do have one, since you seem to have some knowledge about it. So when we talk about the mitigation condition regarding widening of all roads, and which you said includes or applies to Oak Ridge Road, is that pinch points from the or any part of the road that's not 20 feet from the start of the road to the southern road to the northern end of the road? Is that what your understanding is?
My understanding is that there is a small area that had been identified by Public Works based on their field work in the area. And I apologize, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it is on the gravel portion. And that is the only area that required widening. And it less than 100 feet, I believe, was the total length.
So we had some testimony from Ms. Lindblad that she was of the understanding, again, relating to Public Works, but that this condition required that Oak Ridge Road be, through its entire length, be made at least 20 foot wide through the entire length. And that's different from what your understanding is?
My understanding from Public Works is that all other portions of Oak Ridge Road do meet their standards, are adequate by their judgments right now, and that this portion is the only area that needs improvement to meet the standard.
Well, let me ask you then another way. If there are areas outside of the gravel road that need improvement, is the applicant willing to take care of those?
We are willing to participate in a fair share for improving those areas.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, any more questions based on what I said?
No, Mr. McCutcheon. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you very much. Let me finish a note here real quick. All right, Mr. McDonald, the next witness.
Yeah, next person would be a lay witness. It's Jeff Hunter.
All right, Mr. Hunter, can you state your name and an address for the record?
Yes, Jeff Hunter, 110 Chatfield Road, Goldendale, Washington, 98620.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. And again, Mr. McDonald, you said Mr. Hunter is testifying as a lay witness, correct?
Correct.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Can you please state your employer, title, position?
Yes, my employer is Klickitat County Public Works, and I am the Deputy Director, Assistant County Engineer.
Okay, well, what are your duties?
I manage the development review team. I also manage all of the engineering and project management for facilities and roads and construction of, I manage the managers of those.
Okay. So are you familiar with the Gorge project, the Under Canvas project?
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar with their applications that were filed for the conditional use permit and the checklist, SEPA checklist?
That is correct.
In regard to the SEPA checklist, and what, and I guess it would tie in obviously to the conditional use permit, what is the process that you went through in regard to that?
We review the project as it comes in, and in this instance, we reviewed it. We look at the traffic impacts. They meet the threshold for traffic impact analysis. We require traffic impact analysis. We work with the applicant or their traffic engineer to condition what the traffic impact analysis should include. And then we review it and make comments from there. And it's a back and forth process.
Okay. And then do you eventually give Mochi, did you eventually give then Mochi your recommendations?
Yes, we give Mochi our conditions. That is correct.
So when you're looking at this and requiring a traffic impact study, what documents, what manuals do you expect the applicant to review in order to come up with that study?
We have to follow today's current standards, which is essentially to use ITE to come up with a highway capacity manual and AASHTO. But basically the traffic study is based on ITE and the highway capacity manual.
Okay. And what do you, when you say AASHTO, what do you, we've been kind of saying that as an acronym, and maybe can you like tell us what that is and how you use it?
It's an industry standard, and I think somebody else has actually told you about what the acronym is. It's American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. It's a guideline to what you use for design standards. It's kind of an additional to what the Title 12 standards are.
Okay, but it's not they don't set forth requirements that people must follow for.
No, they're guidelines.
Okay. So what about the software that's used? Do they have this particular software that they must use in terms of coming up with their capacity analysis?
Yeah, we're not, our standards are not as clear as I'd like them to be, I'll be honest. So we asked, they provided Synchro. We had them come back and do HCS, highway capacity software, is what they used for their analysis.
And why did you ask them to do HCS in addition to Synchro?
It's considered to be for non-signalized intersections more conservative than Synchro.
Okay. So in terms of doing the traffic impact study, the Klickitat County Code at 12.30.02010 provides for what needs to be done in that study. And I don't know if you were listening in when the appellants experts testified to this, but is that correct that that's what you expect in the study to follow that specific code?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And is it your opinion that they did follow the code?
Yes, it is my opinion they did, yes.
They met all the conditions in there?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what about one of them that has come up quite often is the site distance, to review and look at site distance?
They did review and look at site distance at their approach intersections.
Okay. So when it comes to level of service, can you explain that, what the county's looking at when they're talking about level of service?
Well, county doesn't actually, because Klickitat County has very low traffic volumes. We're not talking about the west side where traffic is a concern. So they do not have an adopted level of service threshold. So therefore, level of service, while it's per the standards it needs to be looked at, it would be hard for me to mitigate anything for level of service. However, in this case, it's a moot point because the level of service is A and B. And for anybody that lives on the west side, you would love to see A and B level of service at an intersection.
So would that mean that Under Canvas's project would be well within the level of service that's offered right now, the current level of service?
Oh, yes, definitely. Like I said, with the build out, it's level of service A and level of service B.
Is it fair to say then that the capacity of the road, of Oak Ridge Road itself, as well as the intersections, can handle the additional traffic from the project?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You, I think, did some calculations, or we're looking at them in terms of what would be the peak trips per campsite per hour. What were those? Do you recall what those numbers were?
They actually list them in, they have peak hour trips in their traffic study. I can look them up for you. It's I think it's 0.15 entering and 0.17. I can actually get you those. Give me a couple seconds here.
Okay. And while you're looking it up, that would be like 0.15
trips.
0.15 trips per tent per.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider that a heavy capacity, heavy volume?
Actually, it's 0.24 and ITE uses 0.26.
Is that-
That's according to their traffic studies.
Okay. You consider that a high, extraordinary high volume that would cause any problems with either the access road or with Oak Ridge Road?
No, because it calculates out to about 200, and depending on what K factor you use, and I'm not going to get into all that, but about 270 ADT, which they show a little more. Even if you're 300, you're still way below the threshold for AASHTO low volume roads.
One of the mitigation factors is having an engineer come in and including signage along the roads. Was that one of the conditions that you put in the MD&S or wanted in the MD&S?
Yes, I did. Besides widening Oak Ridge to 20 feet, which is, whether people like it or not, that is our consistent standard. Because our standards also say we follow AASHTO when there's questions. Well, if you go to AASHTO, you go to existing roads, it'll say that, and I can read the synopsis for you. For improvement of projects on existing low volume roads, the existing horizontal curve geometry should generally be considered acceptable unless there is evidence of specific site-specific crash patterns related to horizontal curvature. That does not have that. We do not have accidents related to horizontal curvature, site-specific. We've had 3 accidents there in 10 years on Oak Ridge Road, and 2 of them are not related to horizontal curvature. Also, it's also part of that. Acceptable substitutes for curvature reconstruction include measures to reduce speed in curvature warning signs. So basically what we're requiring them to do, because they are increasing the traffic volumes, is to put in what they call low cost improvements. And that is curve warning signs.
Okay, thank you. You said that over the last 10 years, there's only been 3 accidents and 2 of them had were not related to that issue at all. Is that right?
Well, one was an underage driver, an unlicensed driver, and the other one was somebody backing up and turning around and drove off the road.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So let's get to the 20-foot. Did you, the condition is that the including Oak Ridge Road, it has to be 20 feet. Did you look into where there were these pinch points and where the road would have to be enlarged to the 20 feet?
Yes, I will admit I didn't actually make the original comments, and I should have looked at them closer. We should have actually called Oak Ridge out. However, there are 4 locations. You know, the numbers are a little different. Everybody has a little different numbers. I feel we actually have the numbers because we've checked a couple different times. And so, yes, there's 4 places. One is milepost 4.13. It's approximately 18.6 feet from the narrowest point, and it's about 80 feet in length. Milepost 402 is 18.2 at the narrowest point, and it's for about 115 feet. Milepost 4.37 is 18.1 at the narrowest point for 38 feet. And milepost 3.45 is 19.2 and it for about 27 feet. What I question when people go through this is, depends on how you measure the road. We measure from the gravel surface. On a gravel road, that's the standard as opposed to measuring to the soft spot. But we do measure from the gravel surface because you don't delineate shoulders on a gravel road. not on a rural gravel road.
Okay. And so I added up those numbers real quickly. I'm not a mathematician, but that's about 260 feet of road along this road that isn't at 20 feet. Is that, is it doable for under canvas to, I don't know if they would be paying the county or doing it themselves, but to get that 260 feet up to the 20 feet distance is required?
Yeah, it's a requirement. I mean, the only way that would not be doable for, as far as we're concerned, doable for under canvas, is if there wasn't right of way for them to do it.
But
there is right of way for them to do it.
There is a right of way for them to do it.
Yes,
okay.
There is.
And is it your full expectation that will get done?
It'll get done or we won't sign off on the project.
Okay. Now, in regard to AASHTO Highway Safety Manual, you use that also for gravel roads, is that correct?
Yes, we use the low volume, correct.
How long is this gravel road? Do you know? I've heard different measurements.
1.9 miles.
Okay. And where is the access road into the site? Is that like basically in the middle of the gravel road?
No, it's further to the north. So it's 0.3 approximately, don't quote me here, 0.3 miles from the asphalt portion of Oak Ridge to the north, and 1.6 miles south to the asphalt portion of Oak Ridge.
Now there's been a lot of discussion of dust and a lot of discussion of trucks on the road. Are you concerned with any increase in dust from the increased traffic?
Dan, I have to follow and be consistent for what we've done in the past. Our standards speak to nothing about dust. So I can't go outside of the standards, or you and I will be talking a different conversation, I'm sure. So essentially, I don't have anything that speaks to dust. DOE would be the driver of any dust. That's, you know, yeah.
Okay. Okay. What about the trucks, the logging trucks, agricultural trucks? Is that a concern? Or do you believe that the road will, is the capacity of the road such that with the additional cars from the project, from the camp, that the road can handle that, even though there are still logging trucks on the road and there's obviously agricultural trucks?
There are logging trucks on the road. The logging truck traffic is reducing due to the fact that there's just not as much logging around there. I mean, the area is developing, traffic patterns are shifting to more recreational vehicles. There are still logging trucks, but yes, it's I have nothing to say that it won't.
Okay.
We don't have any accident data that shows any truck vehicle accidents.
Okay, who classifies the roads in the county?
County does, Public Works.
Okay, and what is Oak Ridge Road classified as?
Local access road.
So we heard testimony before that essentially it should be classified as AASHTO might want to classify it based upon the opinion of the experts of the appellants. But is the county considering changing that classification at all?
I mean, we're not considering it. We could, but we're not considering it due to, and we reconstructed a section of it in 2011. And had we made it a minor collector, it would be wider. It would look different,
Okay,
but it didn't have the traffic or the use to justify that.
right. And this additional 200 plus cars would not, would that justify you recommending that it be changed?
No, it still fits within the parameters of a local access, within our parameters of a local access road.
So would you consider the additional work that needs to be done on Oak Ridge Road at that 260 feet where it has to be expanded to 20 feet? Do you consider that reconstruction of the road?
No, it does not meet WashDOT's definition of reconstruction.
Okay.
It meets what we call a 2R project, which is minor widening.
Minor widening, you say?
Yes.
Okay. I heard there was testimony earlier this morning that this was considered an unstable road. Would you consider Oak Ridge Road an unstable road?
Not really unstable as in the base is unstable. No, the base is fine.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you asked for Skillings, a company, to do to look at the DKS's traffic study and do an analysis. Why did you do that?
Well, it's always good to have another set of eyes on a review. It doesn't hurt, especially when you know it's going to be controversial.
Okay. So in getting that study and then having the final study done by DKS, that I believe is their December 10th final study, and after hearing the testimony and going through this appeal, are you still comfortable that that study satisfied the requirements for the traffic study?
It satisfies the requirements of Title 12 standards, and with the mitigation that are associated with the project, we are within Title 12 standards, and yes, it satisfies that.
I have no further questions, Mr. Cotkamp. Mr. Hunter, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr.
Yeah.
Cook, I believe this witness provided opinion testimony based on his expertise on technical matters.
He's not an expert witness, and I'm not considering any of his testimony to be expert testimony.
But I believe the way it's been sort of done on the applicant's witness list, they seem to have categorized people by whether they hired them. The definition of an expert witness is somebody who provides qualified, their opinions based on knowledge, skill, experience, or training in a scientific, technical, or other specialized area. And we agreed experts would be subject to cross-examination. I believe that's what Mr. Hunter just provided when he talked about the road capacity analysis. We need to provide effectively the same kind of testimony that Mr. Tillman, Mr. Norris provided.
And so did Mr. White. The fact is that we called him as a lay witness for the purposes of explaining the process he went through, the recommendations he gave.
Yes, I believe he was providing testimony based on his personal experience based in technical matters. I believe he is in fact an expert witness.
So as I said, he was identified as a lay witness. I am not considering him, and I will not consider any of his opinions to be expert opinions. They're the opinions of a lay witness only, without the skill and expertise and training and experience that would be associated with a expert witness testimony. So, so that's my ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I think, did you have any questions, Mr. Cockcamp, or we can?
No, I did not.
I'm calling Chief Wesley Long, Fire Chief Wesley Long.
Good afternoon.
All right, this is, could you state your name and an address for the record?
Leslie Long, P.O. Box 151, Houston, Washington, Houston, 98623.
All right, and just anticipating that we may have this, well, I'm going to put you under oath first. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
All right, so just anticipating that we may have the same question that may come up as we had for Mr. Hunter. Mr. Long has been identified as a lay witness. If he does happen to state any opinions, those are opinions of a lay witness without the necessary expertise of an identified expert witness, and will be granted the weight that the hearing examiner deems to afford that weight. So just so Mr. McDonald and Mr. Telligin, that you understand that Mr. Long is a lay witness.
Correct. Thank you. Hello, Chief Long. Thank you for appearing. Will you please, you already given your name, will you please provide your occupation and your duties and your experience?
My occupation, I am the fire chief for Klickitat County Fire District 3. 30th year in the fire service, both in industrial and private. I've been a fire chief here for 5 years, 2 years in another state, and then another 6 in the private industry. My job is to run the fire district at the will of 3 elected commissioners. My responsibilities include response on the operational side, administrative side, budgetary things, vision and growth for the fire district.
Okay, thank you. Do you have experience in developing firefighting plans and evacuation plans?
I do.
Okay. Is it you that was the chief would be approving these plans?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you have experience in review of SEPA decisions, threshold decisions?
Not extensively, no.
Okay. Is it common from the experience you do have that the firefighting plans and evacuation plans are considered a condition of a threshold decision?
Based on my knowledge, it is common for larger projects and or commercial projects, industrial of the sort, yes.
So are you familiar with the Under Canvas Gorge project?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit more how you are familiar with it, what you've done in regard to it?
Up to this point, I don't recall the exact dates, but Under Canvas did reach out to the fire district and the Washington State Department of DNR, gave us a verbal synopsis of what the plans were prior to any applications being submitted. I did coordinate with the Under Canvas and the DNR to do a site visit of the property in question some time ago. And then conversely beyond that, I believe we've done our due diligence to make sure that our comments as requested by the county and our needs have been addressed. Excuse me, not addressed, or at least outlined in written form.
Okay, thank you. You did provide comments to the county? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And were they letters from you yourself as fire chief?
That's correct.
Okay. When were those? Do you recall when those letters were sent?
One dated 16 September of 2020, and forgive me, the other one is buried deep in here. Let me see. I have it up. There were a total of 2 submitted for this project.
Let me see if I can share.
My apologies, I don't have the second one.
Can people see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So Chief Long, can you see that?
To be honest with you, sir, no.
Okay.
Age and eyeballs, difficulty.
Okay. Is this not big enough, or you don't have the screen?
Yeah, your font's too small. I would have to dig it up as well.
Is that better?
That'll work.
Okay. So your September 16th letter, which is Exhibit B14. Do you recall sending that?
I do.
Okay. And in that, you talk about the wildfire management plan that was submitted.
Yes.
And was that a satisfactory wildfire management plan for your purposes?
You know, I wonder if you would be able to repeat the question. I'm a bit confused.
Okay. You state in there that the fire district recommends that this project fully implement Section 4 of the wildfire mitigation plan submitted into SEPA. If the recommended plan is followed fully, the property would be slated to be dramatically improved, relevant to reducing chances for wildfire to propagate through or from this property. Is that still your testimony?
Yes.
What is the, when you, well, let's go to the second letter. The second letter isn't dated. But this appears to be a letter that was sent prior to the September 16th letter. Would you say that's true?
That is actually correct.
Okay. Mr. Clockamp, this isn't listed as a exhibit, but it is attached to our response brief, and it is in the record at the date stamp number that as you see on there.
That's part of the record that was admitted into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McDonald, would
Yeah.
you mind moving it up just so I can see the date stamp number real quick?
I'm sorry. Just stop playing with it.
Thank you.
Okay, so what would you expect, Chief Long, in terms of the requirements to ensure that there is an adequate fire mitigation plan and evacuation plan at the site?
So my expectations would be that there would be actually an actual plan, a written plan specific towards the site, for the site and the immediate area around.
Would there be in the evacuation plan itself, would you, what is it important to have staff training? Are there some specifics that you would want to see in regard to?
So when you write plans, excuse me, my experience is when I've written plans for emergencies, access and egress, especially out in the forested communities, 2 plans for that. You did mention training, yes, so staff training would be a requirement, and then drills, and then not in that particular order, but communication with the local response agencies to make sure that everybody is together on a plan, provide that opportunity to comment. If there's any gaps in the plan, it's incumbent of the property owner to develop that plan, right? So my expectation would be that it would have all the elements of process for developing a plan, verifying and validating the plan, and then, of course, if the plan is ever implemented, to evaluate the effectiveness of that plan. Of course, also nobody ever wants to initiate emergency evacuation plans or that sort of thing, but it does happen in different applications. I hope that answers your question well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what would be the, if a fire did start, let's say at the camp, what would be the response from the fire district?
So the response for the fire district, I made some preliminary notes so I didn't have to stumble. That property is in what you call a dual protection area. So that's not only the local fire district, but that's in DNR's dual protection area. State of Washington, all parcels provide tax funding for response, all improved parcels actually. And so that's in the DNR and Fire District 3. So for the Fire District, because Fire District 3 is a member of a 3-agency automatic aid response with the small city of White Salmon and the small city of Benjamin, we receive tones for fire and EMS all at the same time. So a typical response, a reliable response would be for a wildfire in that particular area, no less than 3 wildland fire engines from this agency, no less than 2 from City of Benjamin, no less than 1 from City of White Salmon, probably at least 2 supervisors in the form of a chief, two water tenders, and so on. Currently in 2021, because of state funding opportunities due to wildfire goals of the lands commissioner, here's what you would receive from the DNR on that property. If a fire is ensued within minutes, 5 wildland wildland type 5-6 brush rigs staff during the summer months would be immediately dispatched, plus 1 from the Forest Service if available in the area. 1 fixed wing or rotary wing aircraft, 1 dozer, and at least 1 supervisor. That's
Okay.
as of today.
Okay, thank you very much. We've had testimony that they're having some fires in the area. Have you, in that process, responded to those fires?
I have.
We had testimony that there was a fire that was going to burn down Lyle. Was that one of the fires you responded to?
It was.
And can you go into what occurred there, and was it and how successful was your plan?
My initial response was the Fire District 4, which is Lyle, and 14, which is High Prairie, in that immediate area, asked for mutual aid response. One of my roles is not only the fire chief in Fire District 3, but I also serve on Washington State Fire Defense Committee, and that is the committee that organizes, coordinates, evaluates the Washington State mobilization plan. So on that particular incident, I didn't go en route on the first wave. I kind of went along as a support role to find out if that particular fire in Lyle had residential structures threatened, and it did. There was a small number, but there were 5. And initially, we made the decision to help them coordinate the response with DNR, local fire, and the Forest Service. And then it wasn't until the next few hours, it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, that we determined that a state mobilization would be required. I would disagree with the statement that it almost burned down the town of Lyle, as it started mid-slope behind town, north of. There were structures threatened, but the town itself was not immediately. It was an exposure, yes. We wound up working on that fire for 2 days, 2.5 days, excuse me, under a Type 3 incident management team, for which I'm a part of, and it was fully put out.
Would you, thank you. Would you consider that the way that the response that was given to that fire, that even though any fire is not a good thing, but the response that was given to that fire, that was successful in the way you responded?
If it weren't for the actions of the local fire district and the firefighters in the community, that fire would have gotten much larger.
Right. Okay. Now, and I believe you mentioned this in one of your letters, the wildfire protection plan that was done by Galen Wright included as an evacuation plan. It didn't have the evacuation plan itself for this site, but it included the glacier site evacuation plan. was that a plan that you would say comports with the standards that you would want to see in an evacuation plan for this site?
I believe I submitted into one of the letters that my expectation and or assumption would be if the emergency plan for the Hearsum facility was as complex and comprehensive as the one that was given, that it could be adequate. I don't recall my exact words.
Okay, I recall that too. That is in one of your letters. Thank you. So have you read the mitigation determination non-significance, the MDNS?
I have.
Do you have any, do you believe there should be additional conditions put on there besides what already are in terms of addressing fire mitigation, evacuation?
I don't believe so. I think the energy that we would have to put forth with fires, evacuations, and prevention and planning would be included in their site-specific emergency response plans and evacuation plans.
Okay. Do you have, has Under Canvas given you any preliminary plans for the site?
Yes.
Okay, they have?
Yes.
Okay, is that on your preliminary analysis? I'm not asking you for a final here because I know, does it appear as if it's as comprehensive as the glacier plan?
It is actually, in my opinion, a bit more comprehensive, and I have provided one round of comment on the draft document thus far.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that certainly doesn't mean that we're done, of course.
So it does mean what? I'm sorry.
That it's fully completed and I have endorsed it. It's in a draft form and I've been asked to comment on it.
Correct. Thank you. And I'm just asking if it appears on your preliminary analysis if it's comprehensive as glacier.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So going back again to the letter, it's your in terms of your review and making sure that you have a that you're comfortable that you have any risks of wildfire on there are minimized by the fact that I think section 4 of the wildfire mitigation plan is implemented. Is that correct?
Bear with me while I make sure I answer and understand correctly. I'm going to section 4 right now. Yes.
Okay. Do you in just in regard to the risk of wildfire, is that is having the project there itself and the project as described and what they're going to be doing with the property and what they're going to be doing with trainings of everybody on site and what you know is going to happen there, is there an increased risk of fires at that site based on from what it exists right now, based upon what they're going to do at the site?
In the interest of process, I'll answer the question with reservation because I think it's somewhat debatable. It depends on who you talk to. Currently, as the land sits, it is in a condition of poor health due to drought, due to the 2015 conditions when it was replanted and so on and so on. So to answer that question, based on what I have reviewed and read and understand with the plan, the property is currently in worse condition than it would be if it were improved and cleaned up, if you will, from a fire standpoint.
Okay.
That's your question, okay?
Thank you very much. I will recognize that you're neutral on this project. You have not given any opinions on pro or con against the project, and I'm not asking you any. I don't mean to ask you any questions regarding that. But I have no further questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Kottkamp, I don't mean to interject much. I just want to state my standing objection. I think this is an expert witness, so I'll just note that for the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And once again, he's identified as a lay witness. Any testimony or opinion that he gave, I'm not considered to have the weight of an expert witness, just so you're aware of that. All right, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Let me just I would like to call, if she's on, sorry, let me just see. Dr. Lacey Brown.
Ms. Brown, are you here?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. McDonald, you have identified her as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And so, Ms. Brown, I'll have you state your name and address for me.
Lacey Brown, 117 Commercial Street Southeast, Suite 310 in Salem, Oregon, 97301.
All right, I'll have you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm with a penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, if you would please state your employment, occupation, and duties.
I am a transportation engineer and project manager with DKS Associates, and I manage and work on primarily planning projects and transportation safety projects, as well as land use applications like this one.
Thank you. I should say, Mr. Kottkamp, that her resume is Exhibit B2, and we won't be going all through that, but just want to make sure that's admitted. And then she also was with Rhea Polisakowski, also author of the witness reports, expert witness reports. Dr. Brown, will you just describe briefly your education?
Yes, I earned a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Idaho, a master's degree from Oregon State University in civil engineering with an emphasis on transportation, as well as a PhD from Texas A&M University, again with an emphasis on transportation and safety.
On transportation and safety. Okay, what was your dissertation?
I evaluated the safety and operational impacts of access management, which is the spacing of driveways on different types of roadways.
Okay, thank you. What's your experience in regard to rural areas, rural roads?
I've done dozens of studies, both transportation impact studies, as well as roadway safety audits and safety evaluations on rural roadways across the Western U.S.
Okay, thank you. And you describe your familiarity with the Under Canvas project?
Yes, I did not author the original traffic impact study, but I have reviewed the traffic impact study and have coordinated with the staff at DKS on all of the expert testimony and reviewing the appellant's testimony as well and preparing our responses.
Okay. Based upon the appellant's expert testimony, do you still agree with the conclusions and findings in the December 10th DKS report?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that report considered a transportation TIS?
It is.
Okay. Does it include a safety study?
It did, yes. We evaluated the safety of the study intersections as well as the roadway network in the study area. There were 0 reported crashes on Oak Ridge Road, which is why we did not conduct a further crash analysis on that roadway.
Okay. So you heard the testimony earlier today, I think from Mr. Tillman, that there was not and it may have been Mr. Norris, there was not a safety study done, but you disagree with that?
Correct, that is false.
Okay. What's the purpose of your review? What's the purpose of review in terms of doing the traffic impact study?
The purpose of the traffic impact study is to evaluate the existing roadway network, the study intersections that were identified for further evaluation, and ensure that the additional traffic generated by the proposed development does not adversely affect the transportation system.
Okay. What is your conclusion and basis for your conclusion in regard to, and I know you didn't fully author the December 10th report, but in terms of your knowledge of it, what is the basis for your conclusions that you have in that report?
So we evaluated the roadway system and the study intersections based on both operations and safety. And we identified 0 deficiencies in operations. All of the study intersections operated within county standards and operated with minimal delay with the addition of the project. And in terms of safety, there were no identified safety deficiencies. There were no reported crashes. And it is our professional opinion that the additional traffic generated will not introduce any new safety concerns.
Okay. You heard Mr. Hunter testify that there were some crashes quite a while ago, though 3 of them.
Yeah, sorry. I should have clarified. Our traffic study looked at the most recent 5 years of available data, which is standard practice for safety evaluation. So those 3 crashes that he referenced were prior to that period of time.
Okay, thank you. So you did consider history of crashes, and is there any reason to believe the crashes will increase with the additional traffic from the project?
No, so there's the amount of traffic that will be on this roadway, even with the project, is still a very low volume of traffic. And the opportunities for conflicts between vehicles is still incredibly low for this type of roadway. So there's no evidence to suggest that there will be additional crashes as a result of this development.
Would you agree with Mr. Hunter's statement that the additional traffic is well within the level of service offered on these roads and the intersections?
Yes.
What are the concerns with the areas on the road that are less than 20 feet?
After the development of our traffic study, it was noted that there were areas less than 20 feet. Again, as Mr. Hunter noted, there was rather nominal differences between 20 feet, and the total area along the entirety of Oak Ridge Road was a very small percentage of that roadway that was substandard. However, the assumption that something being substandard is inherently unsafe is incorrect. There is a difference in definition. Previously in the industry, there used to be something called nominal safety, where we did claim that if you met standards, it was safe, and if you didn't meet standards, it was unsafe, and that is no longer the accepted interpretation of that. And there's no indication that these sections of, pardon?
I said, Jack, in this testimony, we're going beyond Mr. Brown's report.
I'm sorry. Do we have an objection? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he has an objection similar to yours that the testimony is going beyond her written report.
This discussion of nominal safety, assumptions about things being substandard, not really being unsafe, that's all beyond the report.
But Mr. Concap, there's one particular reason for this. This is our only opportunity to, and that's why we call these witnesses. This is our only opportunity to respond to the written reply testimony
And
that was provided.
Testimony.
So we should be able to go beyond our written testimony to the extent that we can respond to the appellant's expert witness's reply. That's the whole purpose of us being able to be here, is that we get that chance to do that.
Well, you had an opportunity in your reply reports from your experts.
We weren't allowed to do a reply report. We did an initial one, then we did a rebuttal, and then the appellants got to do reply, but we weren't allowed to do a reply, and we weren't allowed to do a reply to their reply. So this was our only opportunity to address the new information that they brought in their reply.
Well, two things I would say, Mr. Kotkamp. A, we were given a reply because we carry the burden. So this was already decided. Mr. McDonald, if you recall, on June 17th, noted that we were given the final reply, and he said, well, he wants to at least have the opportunity to cross-examine, or else he would want expert reports. And he's been given that opportunity to cross-examine. Two, Mr. McDonald has not identified anything in one of my replies to which Ms. Brown is now speaking.
No, I'm going to grant that request. I'm not going to be able to go through these lengthy reports, 86 pages on the rebuttal expert statement from Ms. Brown and her partner. But I do believe that the testimony has to stay within the opinions stated in the prior written reports. There's no new expert testimony. And I appreciate your situation, Mr. McDonald, but that's been my consistent ruling throughout.
Okay, I'll just have a standing objection then, Mr. Kotkamp, because we prepared this based upon what Mr. Tillman and Mr. Norris put in their replies. And we had no other opportunity to respond to those.
And that's how this works. When somebody has the burden of proof in a personal injury case or in anything else where somebody gets the last word. And otherwise we just keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So if you want to make an offer of proof as to what new opinions your witnesses would be testifying to, I'd be happy to have you make that offer of proof. If you want to preserve that issue for appeal. But otherwise, we're just going to continue on with their opinions that are stated in their written reports.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Brown, just so I know where I'm at, what were you talking about just when we stopped?
The portions of the roadway that were less than 20 feet, which in my expert opinion do not inherently represent an unsafe condition.
And that is the point that I think was beyond the report.
That's definitely within her report, the reports. That's the issue.
Because she says they're not inherently and they're not dangerous. I'm just not sure.
Now I'm just gonna take some time and look through the reports unless you can point that out to me, Mr. McDonald.
Okay. Talked about this safety assessment show there are no documented existing safety issues to be addressed with the proposed project. The addition of traffic from the proposed project is not anticipated to result in a significant impact to safety or public health. Those are all on page 7 of the initial report. I mean, that's findings showed a roadway width reduction could result in 1 additional crash every 7 years. To further the safety assessment beyond the traffic study, the highway safety manual predictive methodology was used to estimate that difference in expected safety performance for Oak Ridge for a variety.
And I agree. If Ms. Brown wants to speak about that specific study that she performed or analysis, whatever you want to call
But
it.
their expert testimony is exactly that. It's the expert testimony on whether or not this project will cause additional safety concerns. That's their opinion.
All right. I'm looking at page 9 of the initial, page 8 of the initial report does talk about safety issues relating to the widening of isolated sections of Oak Ridge Road to 20 feet. Does talk about those safety issues, so I'm going to allow the testimony. But quite frankly, I don't want to have to go through every. What I'll probably do if we continue to have objections is just to allow you to have a standing objection, and it's outside the scope of their written reports, and we'll just so we can move this along and not have a 5-minute interruption for every objection. But I will here's where it differs, Mr. McDonald. She said that she went on to say that substandard does not mean unsafe. She doesn't say that I saw or saw before in any of her reports. So she's offering a new opinion as to if a road is substandard, does that make it unsafe as a matter of fact for road traffic engineers? So, and I don't think you can bootstrap that onto, well, she talked about safety, so anything about safety can come in. So anyway, I'll let you proceed on this. And Mr. Telligent, if you want to make a standing objection, you can make a standing objection. And Mr. McDonald, I'll allow you to make a standing response that it is covered by the previous written reports. And like I said, but if you do want to get into brand new information, brand new opinions, that's going to require an offer of proof. I don't want to go through the time of having a court that may be reviewing this to decide what is a new opinion and what is not a new opinion. So with that, we'll proceed.
Okay. I will. Basically, the offer of proof is that the opinions in the reports, as well as the studies, because the reports incorporated the studies that were done in terms in the December study, were that this additional traffic would not cause any additional safety issues. I'm not quoting, but that's basically what the entire study was about. Would not increase the safety concerns on the property. I know there's all kinds of caveats on it, but we got to recall that the written reports include the December 10th study. That's was being attacked by the appellant's experts all along. They weren't just going after the written reports, they're going after the study. And that study does talk about that Oak Ridge Road will remain safe with the additional traffic, whether it's 20 feet wide or not. So right now, and that's the testimony is that even if you don't meet the exact standards, the professional standard now is that it doesn't have to meet professional standards for a conclusion to be that's a safe road.
All right, I understand the offer of proof. I did not mean to imply that opinions stated in the previous traffic impact studies and the reports therein were not part of the record. They certainly are. What I am ruling is that if there is something new that wasn't in the expert witness reports that were submitted, as you stated, well, I have to be able to respond to the appellant's reply because I haven't got my crack at that. You're not going to, that's what you don't get a shot at because the appellant has the last word because they have the burden of proof. So hopefully I've clarified and not convoluted the issue even more, but that's what I was looking for as an offer of proof. So if there is absolutely nothing in the prior reports, traffic impact studies that say substandard roads are not automatically unsafe from a traffic engineering status, if that's not anywhere in the prior reports, then that is new information, and we'll take that as an offer of proof. So then the appellate court can look at that. The other thing, you stated it, that I wrote down offers of proof, the reports and studies that under canvas does not increase safety concerns. I think that's stated throughout those reports. So I'm probably splitting hairs here, but but what the original objection was simply the blanket opinion that substandard road does not adequately mean that it's unsafe. And that's where Mr. Telligent jumped in on that.
Correct. And I it may not be in those exact words, but I feel like when you review the December 10th study, as well as, which is incorporated in, as well as reading the expert testimony, that is clearly part of that's clearly in the record.
All right, I understand that. And I'd also note for the record that, again, Mr. Telligent gets the last opportunity to present testimony, so he has the ability to cross-examine your witness, and he has the ability to recall his own expert witnesses to discuss any opinions from this witness. So
that's right. I understand that. They will have the last word. There's no doubt about it.
All right, let's continue on.
Okay. Dr. Brown, is there any justification to claim that the proposed project will significantly impact Oak Ridge Road by adding the vehicle trips to the facility?
No, there is no evidence of a significant impact.
Okay. And you've heard testimony in regard to the ash tow. Do you believe that the appellants are improperly treating ash tow as requiring conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Is it relevant to how one defines a road for conducting a traffic impact study?
It could be, depending on the development type and the amount of traffic being generated in the surrounding roadway network. In this case, the amount of traffic being generated does not have an implication on the functional classification of a roadway, so it does not come into play in the findings of our study.
Okay. Do you believe that the appellant's experts provided any evidence to support their conclusions that the project will have a significant impacts on safety?
No, I've seen no scientific or engineering evidence to that effect.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Oak Ridge Road is a local access road under 1230.020? That's Klickitat County Code 12.30.020?
Yes.
Okay. Does that really matter for the purposes of SEPA review?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can you explain level of service also, your understanding of it?
Level of service is a way to describe the amount of traffic utilizing a roadway or an intersection compared to the capacity of that facility. It's given a letter designation A through F, where A and B have very minimal delay, very low volume compared to capacity. And F would be like a failing condition where there's more traffic demand than there is capacity.
Okay, thank you. Did the report, the December report, did it, there have been assertions that pedestrian, bicycle, signage were not looked at, not considered at all. Is that correct?
We documented the presence of bicyclists and pedestrians. We included bicycle and pedestrian traffic. We counted those as part of our intersection traffic count. And we documented the observations that were made in the field, which is completely appropriate for the level of development and this level of traffic impact study.
So you did take into consideration pedestrians, bicycles. Let me put it this way. Mr. Hunter testified that Klickitat County Code 12.30.02010, which are the requirements for a traffic impact study, were fully met. Is that also your opinion?
Yes.
Why is the Grand Canyon appropriate comparison in calculating trips?
So in lieu of any site-specific data, we would defer to the ITE trip generation manual, which is the national standard for estimating trip generation. As we've noted in our traffic study, that's not a perfect fit for this type of land use, but it is the closest available land use in that manual that is typically used for these types of evaluations. Because we did have some information and data from other under canvas sites that were likely a better fit for this proposed development, we elected to use that data and also compare that to the ITE manual to confirm that it was within reasonable values that were observed at other sites across the nation for a typical campground.
Okay, so the ITE was helpful, but not determinative. Is that right?
Correct.
There's been a lot of discussion, and it's actually in your report, in the reports, about well, Mr. Tillman put it in his report, the AASHTO graph chart, and that has a footnote that talks about 600 cars in rural area, in mountainous areas. Can you explain how that was used in your reports and in your expert testimony?
So in absence of a Klickitat County standard for the amount of volume that can be handled on this type of facility, we looked to other documentation to provide some sort of context and supplemental information that would just help the decision makers understand that the level of traffic is appropriate for this type of roadway, which is why we reference the AASHTO low volume guidelines. It is not a requirement, it is not a standard that applies to this. We were simply using it as supplemental information to help provide context to the amount of traffic that would be on this roadway compared to typical low volume roads.
Okay, so if you didn't bring up the 600 car footnote, would your opinion be any different?
No.
Now for determining the traffic, people have been talking about you need 3 data points. What 3 data points did you use?
So 3 data points is a recommendation in the ITE trip generation manual if you were to develop your own trip generation rates for a new land use, say. And that's their requirements for what they publish in their manual, and for developing that information. We could have just used the ITE trip generation manual, but as I said, using site-specific information is always better. So we elected to use the single under Canvas site that we had available at the time that we did the original study. And like I said, compare that to ITE to make sure that it was suitable. And the ITE data actually includes multiple sites. So I believe there were 6 or 7 sites in the ITE information that we provided. So if you take the cumulative number of data points that we looked at, it was probably closer to 7 or 8 if we included that.
Besides ITE, what other data did you look at?
We looked at the Grand Canyon trip generation patterns that were provided by Under Canvas.
And any other locations?
In our rebuttal period, after the traffic study was completed, we did look at an additional site that data was available for, and confirmed that the assumptions we made in the traffic study still match the travel patterns from that site as well.
Okay. How many trips will the project generate over and above the existing traffic?
Approximately 250 trips per day, but that is on a peak day of a peak week of the peak season. So that would be a Friday at full 100% occupancy in the summer months. The vast majority of days and weeks out of the year would be significantly lower than that.
So please describe more in the report why Friday was picked and why other days weren't picked in regard to coming up with a scenario.
So in looking at the data available both for general campsites and Under Canvas specific campgrounds, Fridays were the peak travel days, and it coincides with the peak travel patterns that are already on the existing roadway. So when we evaluate the transportation system, we're not just looking for the peak of the generator, the peak of the development. We're looking for that point where the existing traffic on the roadway plus the site traffic is going to be at its highest. And that is going to be when arrivals and departures to the campsite are at a level that, when combined with existing commuter traffic on Oak Ridge Road and the surrounding network, is going to be the highest. So we coordinated with the county and determined that the PM peak hour on a Friday represented that condition.
Okay, so when we talk peak traffic, we're not just talking peak traffic from the project itself. You're looking at it comprehensively.
Correct.
Was that comported with the professional standard?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that considered, people use this word, is that considered the worst case scenario?
Yes, that is a reasonable worst case scenario for this development.
Now, what if it's also come up in the expert testimony going back and forth about about special events going on at the site? Is that a concern at all?
So special events would still be limited to the capacity of the campground. So they're still limited to the same number of tents if you were to rent out the entire facility. Additionally, special events tend to happen on the weekends when existing traffic on the roadway is much lower. There's not the commuter traffic that you would have during a weekday. So while it would be a high generating event potentially for the site, when you combine that with existing traffic on the roadway, it's not a peak time for the roadway.
Okay, I thought somebody was jumping in there, sorry. So the 20-foot road, the size of the 20-foot road, for safety purposes, is it your opinion that there will not be any significant or even any just simple adverse impacts on safety from the additional cars on the road from the project.
Correct, that's my opinion. And that's what the evidence shows, seeing that there's no existing crash patterns on the roadway.
Okay. Sorry, some of these questions I think I'll get objected to, so I'm going to avoid them.
Are you about finished, Mr. McDonald? Because I have a concern I need to raise.
I'm sorry?
Are you about finished? Because I have a concern I need to raise that's going to be very important to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm about finished. You also looked at, did you look at any animals, cows, anything on the road? Consider that at all in terms of your analysis?
No, we did not analyze livestock as a factor.
No, okay. I'm done with, Mr. Cochran.
All right, I'm going to, before we move on to you, Mr. Telligent, so the applicant's time for this was from 3 till 6. I mean, we started at 2:30, but it was a 3-hour block of time. In that 3-hour block of time, 40% of that time was for the appellant's cross-examination, from my understanding. And so that would be approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes. So if you subtract from your, and then we had 20 minutes for lunch, but you put in 10 minutes of your time for that lunch. So basically, the applicant's time was 2 hours and 50 minutes. You subtract that by the time allocated for cross-examination, which is 1 hour and 10 minutes. That leaves with approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes of time, which you have reached. So I'm wondering if my math is off. I mean, I realize that it only, you had all these witnesses listed, but you only asked for 3 hours of time for your presentation, subtracting the 40% of the time allocated for cross-examination.
Well, I first of all, we do have additional witnesses that we need to get on. We did not take up our 40% of cross-examination during the appellant's case. You decided that we got only 3 hours. We definitely could have used more. We are definitely, my understanding is that we got till 6 o'clock. If the appellants ended early, I thought there was flexibility that you were providing us.
Well, there is flexibility, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I also, we have to leave time for all your expert witnesses as well, that Mr. Telligent is going to get his 1 hour and 10 minutes or 12 minutes to provide his cross-examination, all within that time as well.
And
so,
Mr. Cotcam.
Yeah.
I don't mean to pile on, but I mean, it wasn't, I understand Mr. McDonald's time that he may not have used his entire allotment, but the thing is we had to plan. And part of why we didn't take so long is because I had to assume Mr. McDonald would use his time. That's why we didn't call Mr. Morrow, right? We had to make decisions in advance. And if we made the wrong decision, we could be on the other end of the stick. So I do object to Mr. McDonald taking longer than this period of time.
Yeah.
We go till 6 o'clock on our case, though, Cam.
Well, but that then means that we go till 7:15 for adding on Mr. Telligent's cross-examination time. And that means Mr. Telligent has his last hour to get things in, and you still have well over an hour of potential cross-examination. So I don't think that the hearing examiner anticipated that this would turn into a 9 or 10 o'clock at night hearing for this matter. Quite frankly, I mean, I'll be completely honest. I mean, I recognize this as an issue beforehand, but when your lay witnesses were taking so long, I was really curious how you're going to get all your expert witnesses in during that same period of time. And I'm not going to necessarily count this against you, but you know, I would anticipate Mr. Telligent would probably be using his hour plus of cross-examination time for these various witnesses. I might be wrong. Mr. Telligent, do you have extensive cross-examination planned, or?
I do, and you know, we have to know how this is going to go, because I could certainly use it up, a lot of it on Ms. Brown, but if others are going to testify, I know he has one other traffic expert. And so if this just becomes an open-ended thing, you know, where I have to start budgeting my time, not knowing what he's going to do, it just becomes very problematic. And, you know, I don't know, it bothers me a bit that we had asked in the beginning to have more than a day. I'm not saying we should go back on that deal, you know, but I'm just saying you know, it was very strict time limits set from the beginning, and we have worked really hard to meet those time limits before you today. And Mr. McDonald could have put forward every one of his lay witnesses with the declaration. He had ample time to do so.
I am all right. Here's what I'm going to do in my interest of flexibility. And Mr. McDonald, you're not going to be happy with this. Mr. Telligent, you're not going to be happy with this, but this is what I'm going to do. Instead of looking at it as time on a clock, I'm going to be counting minutes on the clock. It is now 4:15. I will provide Mr. McDonald, after this, his direct of this witness is done. He's got 45 more minutes of direct witness testimony. And that will leave Mr. Telligent his 1 hour plus of potential cross-examination. So, well, you're going to have to decide how you want to use those 45 minutes, Mr. McDonald. And Mr. Telligent, you can begin your cross-examination, which I am keeping track of. So you have 1 hour and 12 minutes by my calculations for cross-examination. So you can begin at this time on Ms. Brown.
May I ask one more question? I don't mean to be difficult. If we're going to be sort of switching things up, could I ask Mr. McDonald to give me the courtesy of what other experts he intends to call with his 45 minutes? Because there are two others on at bat, as it were, and myself and Ms. Calkins are splitting our time on cross. It'd be helpful for us to know in advance.
I am, if Mr. McDonald knows, I've just put him on the spot and told him he's only got 45 minutes left to present the rest of his expert witnesses and cases. I think that he's probably got to put some thought into that. Am I correct, Mr. McDonald, about who you might want to call?
Yes, I'm definitely putting some thought in.
All right. So I'm not going to require him to disclose who he's going to call. He's going to have to make that decision, and then he's going to have to decide how much time he's going to allocate to the direct questioning of those witnesses. But anyway, so please proceed, Mr. Telligent, for the cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. Thank you for being here today. I'm Brian Telligent, the attorney for the appellants, or one of them. So when did you find out that the narrowest section of Oak Ridge Road wasn't 20 feet wide?
I don't know the exact date, but it was after our initial traffic, or after our final traffic study was completed.
Was it before or after the NDNS was issued?
I do not recall. It was while we were preparing the rebuttal testimony, I believe.
While you were preparing the rebuttal testimony. Okay. One of the things that the county's road standards say is that a traffic impact study should include a description of roadway geometrics and identification of any deficiencies in the transportation system. Why didn't you note that Oak Ridge Road was less than 25 or 20 feet wide when you did any of your 3 studies?
As noted, there's approximately 250 feet of about 7 miles of roadway that is less than 20 feet in width. And measuring every inch of a roadway is not within the reasonable scope of work for a traffic study for a development review process.
Uh-huh. So when the county code says that the traffic study should include the following documentation, and it lists roadway geometrics and deficiencies in the transportation system, you just think that's unreasonable?
No, I believe we did document the existing transportation conditions to an extent that is appropriate for the level of study we were conducting.
See, and you just said you think that you noted 250 feet. Your report says 100 feet. What's up with that discrepancy?
Pardon me, I can't hear you very well.
So you just said that you noted about 250 feet of the road that was less than 20 feet wide, correct?
I did not note that. The previous testimony today noted that number.
Okay, and so I'm just wondering, your report says 100 feet. Or your expert report in this case says there's 100 feet. So that's a 150-foot discrepancy. What's the deal with that discrepancy?
At the time that we did prepare that expert report, that was the information that we had. It sounds like the county has since revised their inventory and provided the numbers they did today.
And who provided you the 100-foot figure?
I do not recall.
Okay, do you know if it was somebody at DKS or if it was somebody at the county?
I do not. I'm not sure where that number came from.
Okay. What's the design speed for Oak Ridge Road?
The posted speed ranges from 25 to 35, I believe. The design speed varies. That's what was used when the speed was originally designed. But we typically assume somewhere between 5 and 10 miles an hour above the posted speed is the design speed.
10 miles above the posted speed is the design speed?
5 to 10 miles, yes, an hour.
Okay. Do you know if Klickitat County has standards for what the design speed is for a local access road?
I do not personally, no.
Okay, do you know if sight lines are measured by design speed or posted speed?
Yes, table 12.30-6 identifies how sight distance is measured at an approach for a driveway, and it specifically references posted speed.
Okay, and you said that I believe you said in your report that the sight distance requirement is 155 feet. Is that the approach sight distance requirement for your site?
I believe we said 150 feet based on that table, which is based on the posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour where the site access is placed.
I see. Did you measure sight distance requirements at any other location along Oak Ridge Road?
We did not.
Okay, so do you know, sitting here today, if there are sight distance deficiencies anywhere along Oak Ridge Road?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know, aside from width, do you know if Oak Ridge Road fails to meet any other sort of design criteria in the Klickitat County Road Standards?
To my knowledge, aside from the 20-foot roadway width for fire access, I'm not aware of any other standards for this type of roadway that exists in the Klickitat County Code.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you say not to my knowledge, you're just saying you don't know if it does or does not violate.
I have reviewed the information in section 12 and do not know of any other standards that would apply here.
Okay, and you mentioned the requirements for a fire access road. Isn't a fire access road a private facility?
I didn't say fire access road, I said to provide fire access. Okay,
do you know if the Klickitat County Road Standards have any requirements for just general lane width?
I do not.
You don't, okay. In the ITE trip generation methodology, Mr. Norris testified earlier that you're supposed to go sort of, if there's no on-point category in the ITE manual, you're supposed to go get data from 3 different sites, preferably 5. Is that an accurate summary of how that methodology works?
That is one approach, yes. If you had a very unique generator that was unlike anything in the trip generation manual, that would be the next step, would be to collect your own data. Again, if other sites like yours exist.
I see. So you said in your report, I'm looking at, let's see, page 6 of your December 10th, 2020 report. You say available ITE trip generation rates for similar land use types, such as campgrounds or hotels, do not accurately represent the trip potential for the proposed project. So why didn't you go survey 3 of Under Canvas's other 9 sites, trip generation data?
I was not an author of that specific traffic study, so I would defer that to Ria, the other expert witness who conducted that analysis.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know if Ria is going to be testifying?
She's on the list. She's on the list. We don't know yet.
Fair enough. One of the things that says in the county code for traffic impact studies is that you should identify transportation improvements that achieve the needed level of site access and to mitigate any adverse effects the development-related traffic might have on the transportation network. And that sufficient detail should be included so the reviewing agencies, Planning Commission, Board of County Commissioners, and the public will be able to follow the methodology. Do you think that was achieved here?
I do. We did not identify any adverse impacts, and therefore there were no improvements or mitigations to develop or evaluate.
Mm-hmm. Do you know how many people use Oak Ridge Road as pedestrians or bicyclists?
We observed a handful of them during the field observations that were conducted, and the intersection counts identified at the highest level about 10 pedestrian crossings in an hour.
Mm-hmm. So you observed a handful. Is that a good way of figuring out how many people use the road?
That was what was noted in the traffic study, yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you know when cattle use the road?
I do not.
Do you know what?
I do not.
Do you know what
Pardon?
color they are? Do you know what color the cows tend to be?
I do not know what color they are.
Okay. In your traffic impact study, you talk about Oak Ridge Road having steep grades and sharp curves. Did you measure the curve radius of any of those curves?
I did not.
Did you measure the grades anywhere along Oak Ridge Road?
I personally did not.
Do you know how wide the shoulders are in around any of those curves?
They are narrow, but no, I did not measure it.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that's supposed to go into a traffic impact study is an identification of pedestrian needs. Wouldn't adequate shoulders be a pedestrian need?
In a rural facility like this, the roadways are not designed with sidewalks or wide shoulders or bicycle lanes. It's out of context for the type of roadway and the type of users that are provided. And the development as proposed would not be increasing the pedestrian or bicycle traffic in a significant way.
Did you do a trip generation analysis of how many pedestrians or bicyclists this proposal might generate?
That does not, there is no information on that in the ITE trip generation manual, but based on conversations with Under Canvas staff and how their sites operate and the proximity of this site to other locations, determined there's not going to be a high generation of pedestrian and bicycle traffic on Oak Ridge Road or the surrounding facilities.
Mm-hmm. So 2 questions. People aren't going to go there and want to ride their bikes?
I'm not familiar with what people act as. Me personally, I do not know where people will be riding their bike to and whether it would be on Oak Ridge Road, whether it would be on trails. So I would defer to, again, Ria, who actually ran the trip generation analysis and had those conversations with Under Canvas to better understand that.
Okay. And it's not just your pedestrians that are a problem rider or that we have to protect. It'd be existing pedestrians. Do existing pedestrians need adequate shoulders when there's more traffic on the road?
Having additional space for pedestrians is always going to be better, but whether or not there's a deficiency or a need was not something that we did not identify that in our traffic study.
Mm-hmm. If there are sightline problems around any of those curves, wouldn't that increase the risk of conflicts between vehicles?
Yes, if there's inadequate sight distance, then that would increase the potential for a conflict between any road users, whether it's existing traffic on the roadway or future traffic.
So knowing that, don't you think knowing what the shoulders are and if they're adequate for pedestrians that'd be a good thing to know if we're going to be increasing the risk of vehicle conflicts, to have a wide enough shoulder for pedestrians to jump out of the way, or get out of the way, or to walk safely down the side of the road without getting hit by a car?
And I would ask what a acceptable shoulder is. There is no standard for that in Klickitat County's code.
Well, the standard under SEPA is it going to be a more than moderate impact? It's by nature not a definitive thing. We have to think qualitatively about it, correct?
And our opinion is that there's not a significant impact.
And this is something you specifically considered for a SEPA analysis?
The traffic study looked at pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicles, as well as heavy vehicles. And in our opinion, there's no significant impact imposed on the transportation system by the proposed development.
What exactly did you said it looked at? What exactly did it do to look at impacts on pedestrians beyond noting that you observed a handful of them?
Again, I would defer that to the other expert witness who prepared the traffic study.
Okay. So are you aware of I know Mr. Hunter provided some testimony by milepost marker of where these narrower sections of Oak Ridge Road are. Are you familiar with where those sections are on the road?
No, I do not. I'm not familiar with the mile points and exactly their location.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if those points are near slopes or not near slopes or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Sorry, just one second here. I'm going to turn on my screen share for just one moment. I'm showing you a copy of your expert report. This is page 8. Line 8, you say, to further the safety assessment beyond the traffic study, the Highway Safety Manual 2010 predictive methodology was used to estimate the net difference in expected safety performance for Oak Ridge Road for varied roadway widths. Do you see that?
You stopped sharing your screen, but yes.
So I did. There we go. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Were you the one who performed that assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And when you refer to the Highway Safety Manual, are you referring to the AASHTO Highway Safety Manual?
Yes.
Okay. And that predictive methodology, you say here, it's for a rural 2-lane roadway. Correct. Is that chapter 10, that methodology in the Highway Safety Manual?
I believe so.
Okay. So we submitted a declaration from Mr. Steve Morrow, who went to AASHTO's website to their frequently asked questions section. And there's a question on there that says, does chapter 10 predictive method for rural 2-lane, 2-way roads apply to unpaved roads? That was the frequently asked question. And the answer was, no data from unpaved roads were used to develop any of the HSM predictive methods. So part C is not intended for evaluation of unpaved roads. Do you have a response to that?
Yes. Again, in lieu of any local standards or any other method to quantitatively evaluate the safety impact, we use the Highway Safety Manual, which is the best available information that we have. It is not a perfect fit. It does not represent all roadway conditions, but in lieu of any other method that we could rely on, we did apply the Highway Safety Manual.
I see. So you understood when this report, your expert report went in, it wasn't just to battle us, it was to educate the examiner, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, it was for the ultimate digestion of the decision maker to decide if the information you were providing was credible or not. Yes?
I object. This is going beyond direct, and I don't understand where it's going at all.
Well, I'm
What
not
was
sure.
the question again?
I'm questioning her. She just admitted that the safety assessment methodology she used on page 8 of her report. This is where she used the predictive methodology to determine what the effect would be of having a road narrower than 20 feet. She just admitted that that particular methodology does not apply to unpaved roads.
She did not, I don't believe that was.
No, and I agree. She didn't admit that. I believe what you talked about was Mr. Morrow's declaration where he called up or texted or wrote in about frequently asked questions. I didn't hear this witness say she agreed with that.
Well, I asked her if she had a response to that portion of the FAQ, and she said, well, it's not perfect, it doesn't fit exactly, and then she went to qualify it. I take it, I mean, she agrees that it was not intended to be used for unpaved roads. But I guess she can clarify.
I think that's an argument you can make, but that's not what her testimony is.
Ms. Brown, what is your testimony? Do you agree with that FAQ or do you not agree with that FAQ?
My testimony is that I agree that gravel roads were not used in the development of the highway safety manual as is stated, but in lieu of any other method to quantitatively evaluate safety, which is what was being asked for us to do as part of this evaluation, the highway safety manual is the best available tool we have to do that.
Okay. And so with the idea, sort of with the spirit of the Klickitat County Road Standards, that the methodologies you use should be sort of developed in sufficient detail so that reviewing agencies, the Planning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners, and the public will be able to follow the methodology and understand it. Why didn't you disclose that this methodology is not intended or not based on data for unpaved roads?
At the time that we applied the highway safety manual, I had not read that FAQ question and was aware that it was specifically excluded gravel roads in the development of the highway safety manual.
I see. So what are the inputs for that predictive methodology?
Things like roadway volume, lane width, shoulder width, and types of other roadside objects, the distance to roadside objects, basically general characteristics about the roadway.
Mm-hmm. Radius of curvature, is that one of them?
There is questions about the presence of horizontal curves and some general ranges for severity of curvature, I believe.
Okay, did you measure all those inputs to that methodology?
They're not specific. So it's not like you would put in a shoulder width of 1.5 feet. It's categorical. So is the shoulder less than 3 feet? Is it, in different increments, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So we used our engineering judgment and put in the most conservative values that we could to best represent the conditions on Oak Ridge Road.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Any redirect? Goes
Yeah.
against your time.
Got it. It will be fast. Dr. Brown, just going back to that AASHTO methodology that was just used, Mr. Hunter for the county testified that indeed they do use that methodology for unpaved roads. So therefore, is it your opinion that that is an appropriate means in which the county used it?
Can you rephrase that question? Sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Yeah. Mr. Hunter with the county testified that indeed they do use that AASHTO methodology for their unpaved roads, for the gravel roads. Based upon your testimony, would you agree that that AASHTO methodology is something to consider and look at? Would you agree with Mr. Hunter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further question.
I just have one follow-up.
Wait.
Well, no, we're done.
It's directly in response to the question that Mr. McDonald asked.
All right, I'll let you ask that question, but from now on, the person calling the witness gets the last word. You have cross-examination, then there's redirect, and then the witness is excused. That's the normal process. If you have one question, then we'll do that.
Fair enough. So Mr. McDonald asked you if you agree with Mr. Hunter. Do you consider Mr. Hunter an expert on that subject?
I think he's the local jurisdiction and represents their opinion of how these documents should be used. I don't know if he's an expert at all.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any redirect?
No.
All right. So what would you like to do now, Mr. McDonald?
Okay, so I took about a minute for my redirect. I will go to Ria Plasovsky, sorry, it's getting late in the day, for a brief testimony. Ria?
All right. Could you state your name, spell your last name? I'm trying to see it up there on the screen.
Sure. I'm Rhea Flizikowski. The last name is an F as in Frank. Lisakowski.
All right. Thank you very much. And a work address for you?
720 Southwest Washington Street, Portland, Oregon, 97205.
Thank you very much. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm with the penalty of perjury of the laws of the state of Washington that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. And Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, Mr. Cockamp, her resume is a B1. We'd like that admitted.
Yeah, all of your exhibits have been admitted.
Okay, thank you. Ria, if you will just give us real quickly your education.
Sure. I have my Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I also am a professional licensed engineer in the state of Washington and Oregon. And I have 23 years of experience as a transportation engineer, all at DKS Associates.
Okay. Can you please just briefly testify as to the process you went through in terms of coming up with the final, your final report in December 10th?
Sure. And I'll talk quick. I know we're getting short on time, but yeah, we started our work in the spring of 2020, conducted our first level of analysis, and we submitted a draft report June 2020 to the Klickitat County staff. And then they provided some comments to us. The most substantial comment was they wanted us to go ahead and collect some traffic counts at the study intersections. We didn't do that in our previous version because COVID had just started and traffic was very, very, very low, and it wouldn't be appropriate to conduct those counts. But then the county had done some little bit of background counts on their own, and they felt that later in the summer, it's actually we did our counts in October, the levels had been up high enough that we could be doing traffic counts. So we did that. And then we revised the study and we resubmitted it in October to the county. And then we went through another round of edits with them. Again, the most significant one was, as Mr. Hunter had testified earlier, they had an independent review done due to the height of scrutiny that was on this development application. So he just thought, as he said, more eyes would be better than one, and they wanted to take a look. So we had made some minor revisions based on the independent review comments, and then we submitted our final traffic study in December 2020, and that's the one that we're basing our conversation on today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The you heard the testimony by Dr. Brown. Do you have a do you agree with her testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have any opinion in regard to the Mr. Norris's statement that you used 25 miles per hour for your analysis instead of 35?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about where that statement or that standard is at. In the Klickitat County standards, it clearly says, I can open it, for looking at site distance at a access point, it is based on the posted speed. So we applied it based on the 25-mile-an-hour speed, which is what the posted speed is at the access. However, I would say it's actually probably quite lower. People probably driving slower. So it would be conservative.
Okay. Did you, in your report, did you provide a safety assessment?
We did. On page 4, it documents it, and it's in the appendix that we did review the last 5 years of available collision data on the entire length of Oak Ridge Road, and also all of the approaches of our study intersections, and the findings are documented in there clearly.
Okay. Do you believe that your report meets all professional standards?
I do. I believe that we conducted a very robust and thorough impact study. I would even say above and beyond what we would typically do for a development of this level.
Would you agree with Mr. Hunter that you followed and complied with the requirements for a traffic impact study under Klickitat County section 12.30.02010?
Yes, I would. Those standards are fairly high, and I think up to interpretation, and have to be applied at a level that's appropriate for the analysis that you're doing. And I think that we more than fulfilled that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Buckingham.
All right, thank you very much. That was 5 minutes. Mr. Telligent.
You mentioned that you think people will be driving slower on the approach to the under canvas site, slower than 25 miles an hour?
Just at the driveway is what I'm stating.
And why would they be driving slower?
Because it's on a bit of a curve, which is why the site distance is limited, and there's a mitigation that we put in our report to fix it. So saying that we need to make a site distance requirement for people going 25 miles an hour, I think is very conservative. The standard would be lower if they were driving slower.
Yeah. So if people are driving slower, that might be because they're familiar with the area, correct?
No, there's no correlation with that.
You know, people who are unfamiliar with the road would take just as much precaution.
I think you might be more precautious if you've never been there before.
So Ms. Brown said that you did the trip generation analysis, is that right?
Yes, I was the lead author of the traffic impact study.
Okay. So why didn't you gather data from 3 other under canvas sites? Why just 1?
We didn't have data for 3 different sites available at the time. So we had it from Grand Canyon. So that's what we had used, and we felt like Grand Canyon was a very good fit.
But the
for this.
You to look at 3. Why didn't you go
it doesn't require it. It is just a suggestion and a guideline. We don't typically require 3 for it.
Do you know if the Klickitat County road standards require you to follow ITE?
It says to use ITE, but in my conversations with Public Works, they agreed that there was no land use that matched this development application. And therefore that we could just we could collect our own data at a comparative site to apply. We discussed that early.
Okay. Do the road standards require you to follow the ITE methodology?
Which methodology are you referring to?
The methodology of looking at 3 other sites.
Do the county standards specifically say that? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But why wouldn't you follow the recommendation, right? I mean, if you're trying to be safe, ITE does recommend looking at 3. You could have asked your employer or your client, you could have said, hey, we should go collect data at 2 other sites besides Grand Canyon. Why didn't you?
Well, it was spring, so not all of the sites would even be available to be counted or to be open enough to even collect the data. We would have had to wait quite a long time till we got to a peak like July or August condition to do that. I mean, but Grand Canyon had existing data from the previous year that was available for us.
And hadn't the Grand Canyon site just opened?
Well, our data was from the year before, so I don't think it had just opened, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look.
Do you know if schools were in session at that time?
I do not know specifically, but I do know that it came up in some of the appellate arguments.
But you didn't look at that when you did your analysis?
Well, it completely is based on the occupancy of the tents and the site. It's not really based on if school is in session.
Okay.
And I think we noted a lot of people that visit it don't actually go to school in Arizona. They're from out of state and have different school schedules.
Do you know when cattle are on Oak Ridge Road?
I do not.
Do you know what the characteristics of cattle usage are at all of Oak Ridge Road?
Just what I've read, that they exist at times, but no.
Okay. Do you know what color they are?
Someone today said they were black, but I do not know personally.
Okay. And what is your view on an adequate shoulder for pedestrians walking on Oak Ridge Road?
I think it completely depends on the level of activity and the context of the facility. This is a rural road, and the county standard says 20 feet. And on a low volume road, that should be adequate, but we have no standard to tell us otherwise.
Do you know if the county has any standards for lane width generally?
Not that I have seen, just the surface width.
Okay. Do you know if the county has any requirements for lane width independently of the shoulder?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know when agricultural vehicles use Oak Ridge Road?
I would assume during like harvest season, but no, I do not know specifically.
Do you know what kind of agricultural vehicles use the road?
We've been told there's like orchard trucks. Because logging is not considered agriculture, I don't think. No, I don't know specifically.
Who told you that?
I'm just reading it through all of the materials for this development.
Okay. Did you go inquire at the orchard, Mount Adams Orchard, anything like that?
No.
Okay. But wouldn't the presence of larger agricultural vehicles potentially affect how wide the road should be?
So the traffic counts that we collected and the data that was provided by the county did provide heavy vehicle percentages, and those were clearly discussed in our traffic impact study. And they are accounted for when we do any type of our operations.
Did those traffic counts tell you how wide the vehicles were?
No, they're traffic counts. They count the number of vehicles and the percentages. They don't measure the vehicles.
Okay, but wouldn't the width of the agricultural vehicles be relevant to your consideration on how wide the road should be?
They have some strict classifications of what's considered a heavy vehicle and what's not, but it's not specific width by each vehicle counted.
Right, who's they?
The traffic count vendor that we use to collect our data.
Okay. So you said he did collect data on width?
No, we did not collect data on the width of trucks.
Okay, sorry, I just got confused. Do you know how often logging trucks use the area?
I do not specifically know.
Do you know during like a peak logging time? Do you know how many just in like a short period of time or in a day or anything like that?
Nope, the data we have is heavy vehicles all together, not the type.
Do you know at 20 feet would a logging truck take up more or less than half the road?
I would not know.
Okay. Would you agree that dust can limit visibility?
Potentially.
Mm-hmm. Did you visit the site?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you haven't driven on the road?
I have not, no. My associate that worked on the project with me did.
And who's that?
A person at my office that works with me regularly.
Not Miss Brown?
It was not Miss Brown, no.
Okay. Do you know, or I believe Ms. Brown had some brief testimony about this project not generating bicycle or pedestrian use, and I think she deferred to you. Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, in conversations with my project team, it sounds like typical practice for under canvases to not generate any walking or biking trips. They don't provide any sort of special facilities like for biking or have cycling as a component of some of their amenities for guests.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if there's any amenities people might want to ride their bikes to within bicycling distance of the under canvas site?
Not that I'm aware of. No, everything seems to be driving distance.
Mm-hmm. down at the intersection of Oak Ridge Road and SR 141, how far is that?
I do not know specifically, but if it's a 6-mile road and it's 2/3, it's probably around, what, 3 or 4 miles away.
You know if there are any tourist attractions down there?
There's rafting that I would not ride my bike to.
Okay. Do you know how many bicyclists or pedestrians existing use the road right now?
Wait, what was the end part?
Do you know
Bike and ped.
pedestrians and bicyclists use the road right now?
We counted pedestrian bicyclists at the study intersection, so we know how many are at our 3 locations.
And that would be what, SR 41 and then the Glenwood.
And then the highway, yeah.
And what's the third one?
Where those two, where SR 41 hits the BZ Glenwood Highway.
But
And then the 2 ends of Oak Ridge. No, we did not collect data on Oak Ridge Road.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, just one question. Rio, what is your opinion regarding whether the additional traffic from the project will have a significant or even any impact on the safety of the road, Oak Ridge Road?
I object. This is a question that could have been asked on.
No, overruled. Go ahead and answer it.
Okay, thank you. I think with the level of traffic that we are anticipating with the proposed development, that the existing transportation can more than adequately handle it with the mitigations that are in place with their application.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The next witness?
Yeah, we're going to be calling Sarah Harding. Sarah, are you there? Yep.
I am here.
All right. Let me make some notes here. We are at. All right, could you state your name and an address, please?
My name is Sarah Hartong. My business address is 819 Southeast Morrison Street, Suite 310, Portland, Oregon 97214.
All right, thank you very much. Would you raise your right hand for me? You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. Ms. Hartong, thank you for being here. Can you just let us know your employer, position, and education?
I work for Environmental Science Associates, ESA, and I'm a senior ecologist and professional wetland scientist.
And your education?
I'm sorry, say again.
Education?
I have a bachelor's of science from Hamline University in biology, and then a master's of science from the School of Forestry from University of Illinois, with emphasis in avian ecology.
Okay, thank you. So your experience in working on animals such as the Western gray squirrel, what is that experience? Other animals, what do you do?
My skill set or my experience as I'm a wildlife and wetlands scientist, and so we work with a variety of public and private clients to in a variety of transportation, redevelopment, and even conservation restoration projects. So, for example, a current one is we are monitoring a wide variety of wildlife species at a mitigation site in the Portland metro area. Includes setting out hair snag traps for mink, monitoring bald eagle, doing benthic macroinvertebrate. And so I'm helping manage all of that. And so, typically we do the literature review and get ramped up on a topic and are able to understand the habitat requirements as well as the regulatory requirements at the local, state, and federal level.
Okay, so let's focus on the Western gray squirrel and Under Canvas project. You're familiar with the Under Canvas project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your task in regard to working on that project?
My role was to compile and synthesize the critical areas, data, the mapping for the site that we obtained from WDFW, the state Fish and Wildlife folks, and then ascertain and reach out to the resource agencies and determine then what additional level of information or studies were needed. To initially summarize that, we call it a desktop analysis. And then I completed a critical areas report, which included Appendix A, which is the water resource delineation.
Okay. So going to the Western Gray Squirrel, what, in terms of studying that, since I think that's the focus of the appellant's appeal in regard to the critical area report, what did you do in terms of assessing the impact on the Western Gray Squirrel?
We looked at the existing data from 2014. We looked at the habitat alteration that was done with aerial imagery from the logging, as well as a site reconnaissance visit, had discussions with WDFW, reviewed relevant literature.
Just a moment. I just want to clarify with respect to the conversations with WDFW.
Well, do you have an objection, or do you want to provide your testimony, or what's going on?
I just want to object to any testimony related to the conversations with Amber Johnson. And so
why?
Because of your order in April. So you ordered that after we requested more clarification on these conversations, you provided that any of the information about these conversations will not be given weight if the communications are not made part of the record. And as far as I can tell, these communications have not been made part of the record.
And Mr. McDonald?
They are fully explained in the record that the county has, these conversations. I think what Ms. Calkins is looking for is the actual emails. Many of these were phone conversations. So I don't agree that any ruling that you made before would affect her ability to testify that she had conversations, and those conversations were part of the basis for what she did in terms of learning about the Western Gray Squirrel.
This goes directly to the order, and it goes to our request. The order was a response to our request for information such as the context of the information that Ms. Johnson had before her. And when she made these comments. And so there is no context about the information, the full information provided to Ms. Johnson. So it's very hard to evaluate her comments. And she is the resource officer from WDFW.
All right.
Mr. Cockham, just if this is like a hearsay objection, we're not going to the truth of the matter asserted. We're just providing notice that she did contact Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in regard to this. And we already have the letter in the record that the Washington Department of Wildlife issued. So her testimony simply on the fact that she contacted them is it doesn't rise to hearsay. So we're not talking about whatever they talked about. We're just saying that was one of her sources to educate her.
All right, I'm going to allow that limited testimony that she did make that part of her source, but she's not going to testify about what she was told.
Okay, that's fine. So hopefully not all that time will be going against me, but
I'll take like a soccer game. I'll take it into consideration.
So Ms. Hartung, just to continue on. So you're talking about what you were reviewing and what you did in terms of learning about and assessing the Western Gray Squirrel. We got stopped at the point where you said you had talked to Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Is there anything else?
Right, looking at the 2007 recovery plan by Linders and Stinson and the 2005 Vanderhagen ecology of Western Gray Squirrel for South Central Washington. So, those plans then synthesize peer-reviewed site-specific studies. As well as, sorry to add, then taking into consideration the distribution of western gray squirrel occurrences from current PHS data and seeing how that measures up to where the project is located.
And you did look at existing surveys on the site, is that right?
Say that again?
You did look at existing squirrel surveys on the site, is that right?
Correct, factoring in the 2014 nest occurrence data.
Okay. Have you read Catherine Stewart's testimony?
I have.
And were you present during her testimony this morning?
I was.
If you go to chart 3 of your rebuttal, I apologize, I don't have that.
Right, may I share that?
You can share that, please do.
Okay. Oh, share. Okay. Can everyone see this? The base map appears in the 2007 recovery plan, and it shows a couple different colorations. Of note, and what Dr. Stewart brought up in her expert statement was, keying in on this green. They call it the modified Roderick suitable habitat. And so in our assessment, because we're not making a determination on how the project will impact an individual squirrel, we're looking at the population-wide status. The best information that we have, which includes the nest occurrence data, is in response to some of Dr. Stewart's claims of importance of the site. We're identifying, and so I drew this pink line. It is a bit of an eyeball, but it is also, it is a visual look at where is the highest concentration of the western gray squirrel occurrences. And you can see over here is Skamania County. There really isn't a substantial population over here. For various reasons, this South Cascade population, it is the largest of the 3 for the state, but it doesn't go much into Yakima. There is a little finger of occurrences. But we did consider that it's interesting to note that beyond the site, and I know this scale is a little challenging, but the takeaway is the big picture and the assertion, just looking at, we're not seeing the project site as a critical link to additional habitat. Yes, it is mapped as suitable habitat, but it's a coarse-grained, large-scale view because you've got residences here, you've got BZ Corner. That's not western gray squirrel habitat, so you have to consider that. There is an outlier of this occurrence. There's a natural barrier of the White Salmon River, BZ Highway. So we look at all these pieces of the landscape view to make that determination that the project is not anticipated to have a significant adverse impact on this population.
What are the white, the red dots are the ones where they have found nests. What are the white dots?
These are where surveys were done. Linders did a variety of surveys and as part of the recovery plan management goals, and as stated, no squirrels detected. So in my opinion, what that highlights is just the variability of these squirrel populations. So you can see, again, I'm sorry, the scale is a little challenging, but there are several white dots in and around the project area where there are no detections. And granted, yes, these occurrences are done when there is a tree cutting permit. But again, it's the data set that's available in order to make some landscape scale inferences.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. You can take it down, yeah. In regard to the snare hair tubes that are being used, that was referenced in the by Dr. Stewart, and you had mentioned that you're actually on a project right now that uses those. And I think we got a good explanation from Dr. Stewart about how they work. If and my understanding is from her, and I wonder if you agree that those don't necessarily tell you the population unless you did it with DNA. They don't necessarily tell you the population. They just tell you that the squirrels exist at that location. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be to establish presence. Yes.
Okay. And so if Under Canvas did this project, or for anybody who had to do a squirrel survey, anybody that would have to get a forest practice permit, let's say, and if they had to do the snare hair tubes and really find out what the population is and what the impact is on the habitat, et cetera, what is your estimate of somebody who would have to do that cost, and what would be the time required to really have a comprehensive analysis?
Well, the materials themselves aren't expensive, the tubing and so forth, but it's the labor, it's the whole process of establishing a robust study design, given that it will be scrutinized, troubleshooting if you're not coming up with any detections, is it because of the design, or does it mean that there really aren't any squirrels there? And then what do you do with that information? But if I were scoping it, I would want at least $25,000 up to $30K. But so that would be across more than one season. The recovery plan, the squirrels are more abundant in the fall, and you don't want to just put it out for a couple months. You want to catch seasonal variation and so forth. So with a 3-week interval, putting out 20 tubes, you wouldn't really put the tubes in the clear cut. We wouldn't expect to find them in that wide open space. That's where we're seeing California ground squirrel, but so proper placement of the hair snare tubes, that makes sense, and to have useful information, that would take some putting them further into the forest. And then, so is that still meaningful for the footprint of the camp? So, those are the considerations of the design.
So what would you think it would be like having them for a year, study it for a year with the tubes?
I would say at least a good portion of a year, early spring into the fall.
Okay.
Up to a year would be ideal.
Okay. How would you assess the existing site in regard to the squirrel habitat, especially in that place, the clear-cut area where the project will be located?
Can I share a screen? I just think visuals are helpful. Oops, sorry. This is figure 1 from the SEPA.
We don't see anything to that.
I know, I'm sorry. Slow draw. Okay, do you see?
Yeah.
Figure 1. Well, our assessment considered the fact that the habitat, you can see this large clear cut, that the clear cut substantially altered the habitat in 2014. You can see, maybe I'll zoom in a little. You can actually see the retained nest sites. Here's 1, 2, 3. This is approximate 4 or 5, but you notice that dark green crown. But also noticing how this one is effectively an island. That is not suitable habitat. It's not ideal. However, by state law, it's the tree itself that is protected. So factoring that into our evaluation, we're considering that this is marginal squirrel habitat at best. This small stand right here, it's this island, it wasn't big enough to clear cut, so they didn't survey it. So, but we also don't expect any nest occurrences in this average DBH 7 inches. Essentially, we'd call it dog hair thicket plantation. It's interesting, they didn't, this entire clear cut was done at the same time, they did not find any nests up here. We just presume they had the same methods, a qualified observer, but.
Objection. I didn't see any of this information in the record. So
Overruled. Let's go.
Why don't you just focus on where are the tents going to be?
The tents will be primarily in the clear cut area. You can see this stream. This is a stream channel. There will be some tents placed in this plantation, this young plantation here, but primarily in the clear cut.
Okay. So, so you can take that off now. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
That's really helpful. If we go to the forest management plan and the benefits, Dr. Stewart did mention that conifers are helpful, that trimming out the trees to release the oaks, I shouldn't use those words, but oak trees are helpful. Did you read the forest management plan in regard to what is going to happen there in regard to the health of the forest?
I did. And I agree that as the thinning, as long as it's not over thinned, I mean, that's what Dr. Stewart's study was showing. I think that if you take out too many trees, yes, there's going to be an effect on the squirrels if you break up that canopy connection. But the overall long-term goal, to maintain the health of a mature forest is you have to go in and thin that plantation stand character.
And the health of the forest is important to the habitat of the squirrels, is that correct?
Correct. Having a mature conifer oak dominated stand is the goal for recovering squirrels.
Okay, in your professional opinion, based upon your experience and education and what you all have done this, is it your opinion that, do you have an opinion in regard to what impact, significant or not, the project would have on the Western Washington School?
In my professional opinion, given the landscape characteristics and the larger extent of the Klickitat County population, it's my professional opinion that the project would not significantly adversely affect Western gray squirrel.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
All right, and we're going to call that
Sarah, you're gonna have to stay on for cross-examination.
Yeah, don't leave. 25 minutes. So you have 10 minutes left.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Calkins?
So is it Hartung or Hartung?
It's Hartung.
Hartung. Okay. Hi, I'm Jennifer Calkins, and I'm one of the attorneys for the appellant. And I just have a few questions. So one question I have is whether you have a PhD in wildlife biology or mammalogy.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And so would you agree, based on the information provided, the maps of where the nests are, that there are squirrels in the area around and in among where these tents will be placed?
Based on the habitat remaining, I can see the potential for them being on the southern edge of the property, but not that remaining, that isolated nest that essentially was clear cut all around it. That would not be, in my opinion, occupied.
So you provided an aerial footprint, but did you provide in the reports any information actually looking and surveying to see if there are actually squirrels in the area?
We did a reconnaissance level, but after discussing with ODF and W, the standard was not to do a survey prior to tree cutting.
Okay, whose standard is that?
Fish and Wildlife.
And that's prior to tree cutting, but is that prior to this entire development? Is that specific to actions that involve tree cutting?
The protocol is to do a survey immediately before cutting a tree in order to learn where the active nests are so you can avoid removing one or harming one during tree felling.
Okay, so I understand that. I guess I'm curious about for a SEPA review, when you're trying to determine if a project will have a significant adverse impact, is this the standard to determine that?
The standard is to look at the actual habitat condition and take into account the clear cutting and the lack of connectivity to the north, and put all those pieces together, as well as, you know, relying on that existing occurrence data.
Okay, so first of all, what does the occurrence data say? So this is all the data you entered into evidence regarding whether or not they're occurring in the area, correct?
The occurrence data for the site is the 2014 nest locations that are protected. And through the MDNS, a 50-foot buffer is tacked on, which is not a state requirement, but that has been added to mitigate and lessen the impacts.
Okay, so I'm just curious about whether or not there's squirrels there. Right, so this survey is done. They found the nests. The presumption is there are squirrels in that area. So would you agree with, first of all, that these data show squirrels in that area?
The presumption is that there's squirrel habitat. It's a little immaterial. Are there squirrels there or not? Those nest trees, once they're used, they may be reused. It doesn't matter if they are active or not. We couldn't go in and take down that tree even if proven that there's no squirrels there.
Okay, I guess I'm not being clear enough. One thing Dr. Stewart talked about is if you're going to determine if there's going to be a significant impact on the species, you need to figure out if the species is there or not. And so I'm going back to basics. Is the species there or not? The presumption seems to be based on the data you submitted with your report, is that the species, there are squirrels there. There's no evidence to the contrary.
The evidence of the clear cut is that they have shifted likely to better habitat and that they are in the vicinity.
All right, but did you actually survey to find out whether they shifted?
We did not.
Okay, thank you. And then did you go in and measure the location, the relative sizes of trees? Did you look for food plants? Did you do any of those kind of measurements on the ground to determine whether or not this is suitable habitat?
We relied on DBH's diameter of the trees from the forest management plan. That gives very specific stand information. For example, the 7-inch average diameter for where tents will be placed is not typically where western gray squirrels build their nests.
And did you actually directly provide this analysis in the context of western gray squirrel habitat suitability? Or are you now inferring it into that?
It is not in the critical areas report.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I think I'd like to talk a little bit about the fire mitigation plan and the forest plan. When you reviewed these plans, so did you do a western gray squirrel specific habitat analysis on the proposed plans? What are these going to, looking at habitat elements, for example?
I looked for the concepts of thinning and of the oak release, which is important for the western gray squirrel. So it's not down to the fine metrics of how big should the canopy gap be. That's not prescribed down to that level in the forest management plan, but it does at a higher level talk about where there's overstocking. It's in forestry management terms, for example, where some of the tents are proposed. That is, it's a plantation, it's overstocked, it's going to be thinned. And so we put that through the filter of how would that, in the long term, provide western gray squirrel habitat. So in that sense, they were looked at with the lens of wildlife habitat.
All right, so general wildlife habitat, not western gray squirrel specific habitat needs.
Western gray squirrel and other wildlife species that rely on mature conifer oak dominated stands. Okay,
so, and I'm specifically interested in western gray squirrels, as those are the primary listed species here that the SEPA analysis needed to address.
Yes.
So you are saying that the plan specifically targeted or specifically provided information that you are confident to say down the line, this will be good squirrel habitat based upon your species level analysis of the outcome.
I'm saying that I reviewed those plans with the lens of how the habitat would measure up to what is needed by the western gray squirrel.
Okay, and so you can predict that there will be sufficient food trees and there will be sufficient fungus and there will be appropriate canopy cover.
Based on the concepts of reforesting, right now the plantings failed, so I don't see how replanting conifers, the favorite food of the western gray squirrel, cannot provide habitat for them in the future.
But you would agree that the western gray squirrel need particular habitat. And you would, go ahead, sorry.
In the sense that they need conifer oak dominated, mature stands. They do need mature trees. They need mass producing, they need the fruit of the oak, the acorn, the bumper crop of the cones. So, they need the variety and the big trees, and that's where the forest management plan is headed.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that it's enough just to throw some trees out there, and as long as you do that, you get squirrels.
I object. That was not her testimony.
Well, it's also a bit argumentative. Can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, so I just am trying to get at, and I apologize. Actually, I'm going to move on. I am curious about truffles as well. I want to be careful to cabin that, but Dr. Stewart did mention truffles, and that is an important food. So is that part of what you saw as part of this plan?
I don't recall keying in on truffle surveys or truffle information.
Would you agree that is an important food plant? If not food plant, but fungus for the squirrel?
It's one of their many foods. They track food supply in abundance, and so they can shift to acorns, whatever mast is present that year. They need a variety of foods.
Okay, and so one of those is fungus. Okay, thank you. So the benefit of these plans, if they accrue, you suggested it's going to be into the future, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so any immediate impacts to the squirrels are not going to be offset by these plans.
Yeah.
Overruled. No, it's overruled. It's an appropriate question.
Immediate impacts happened in 2014.
Okay, we're actually talking about this plan that you have evaluated. So I'd like to just kind of stick to that. And so my question is, if this plan impacts the squirrels, are these mitigation plans and this forest plan going to actually benefit the squirrels at that moment?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Yes. So Dr. Stewart suggested, testified that this project will have immediate impacts on the western gray squirrels. The benefits of this forest plan and fire mitigation plan that you are currently testifying to, will those be immediate? Will the squirrels that are impacted by the project be able to use that habitat immediately as a result of these plans?
The replanting effort is in the right direction of benefiting the squirrel. I still don't really understand what you're trying to establish.
So if the squirrels leave the area, or if they're killed by some aspect of the project, do you expect that the squirrels that leave the area or other squirrels will come in and repopulate this site immediately based upon these plans? Can you compare these plans and the immediate impact of this project?
The reforestation plan is anticipated to remedy an impact that will benefit the squirrels. And the impact has already occurred. But the aim of the project is to minimize and be sited in a clear-cut area where there are now competing squirrels, the California ground squirrel. The habitat has changed. But the benefit of the project is going to reforest and manage 92 acres that will have benefits to the western gray squirrel.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. I am interested in the California squirrel piece of it. Did you include that in your report?
I did not.
Okay. I'd like to just talk really quickly about the map that you pulled up. I don't know if you want to, I can screen share it actually. I have it right here. So can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're basing your assertion that this population is not actually, or this subpopulation is not particularly important on this map. Is that correct?
I don't think that was their testimony at all, that they're not important.
Okay.
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. So you suggested that, so let's just go back and walk through this map. So first of all, I really appreciated the explanation about the white dots. And so would you agree that actually a lot of the area around the site is not represented on this map as having been surveyed? And I'm really thinking to the north and, right adjacent. To the south, there actually, you can see a number of sightings.
The assumption, so this data set is up and through 2004. So for that time period, there weren't either there weren't recovery plan directed surveys or there weren't FPA permits that warranted a survey.
Okay, and so you would agree the only information we actually have about the area around the site is based upon the habitat suitability analysis that WDFW completed, and that is displayed here as the green.
I wouldn't rely solely on that. You have to know that it's a coarse-grained mapping. And you also have to consider that the green covers BZ corner, pastoral ag areas that you wouldn't expect to find squirrels. So it's very, high level.
So I recognize that. I'm just really, I think, curious about whether or not you did then any on the ground more fine grained studies to kind of counter the information that this map provides showing suitable habitat all around the site.
Just from Google Earth to help another piece of the puzzle to make the determination.
Okay, and the last question I have is about your assertion that you can analyze the heart of the population or the center of the population based upon this map. So you have suggested, correct, that there actually has been no surveying up and around the project site, even during the time range of this map.
And I've verified that with current PHS data, so the data has not changed, but we have to rely on a snapshot in time, and that's what this data set is, to look at the landscape distribution of occurrences.
Okay, but when you talk about where the population concentration is of the squirrels, if you don't actually have surveys done, can you actually assert that you know the population concentration of the squirrels for this county?
Like I said, I've looked at recent surveys and there aren't any new ones that have popped up north of the study area that would refute this information.
And are there new ones that show there are no squirrels up there?
It doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't show that it has been surveyed, but we know there have been clear cuts since then to the north. There's also ag land and no reason to survey, no habitat. So that's all fitting into that landscape evaluation of, is this parcel a critical link to the rest of the western gray squirrel population? And it is not.
Okay,
based on interpretation.
Interpretation of
the landscape features and this data set, as well as the recent PHS data.
Okay, so Google Earth, also as you said, no actually on the ground surveys of squirrels or their habitat north of the site. That's what you based your conclusion on about the heart of the population. And about how
it is based on the fact that there has been logging and that we anticipate that those landowners have gone through the FPA process and there haven't been any new occurrences showing up on PHS data.
Okay, but is that information actually in the records that we can evaluate it?
I'm assuring you now with my professional opinion that I've looked at it.
Okay, but I was curious to know more, but I appreciate your time and I'll turn the witness back over.
All right, write the time down.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. McDonald? We
Yeah,
can take
sure.
this. Do you want to keep this up or not? There we go.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to confirm, Ms. Hartung, you read the MD&S, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and condition number 33 says, prior to commencement of any land disturbing activities, a western gray squirrel nest survey will be conducted by qualified professionals. Is that, do you understand that is that the survey you're talking about that would be done immediately before the land disturbance?
Correct.
Okay, and then section 34 provides Fish and Wildlife's recommendations as to the setbacks.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. And Mr. Cockham, for the time I have left, I know it's small. I would like that to reserve that time for at the end of the hearing to at least have a few minutes to just give a brief closing.
Okay, you have 9 minutes. You want to save that up?
Yep, I'll say that up. Thank you.
Okay, I'll grant that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Intelligent and Ms. Culkins, we're going to take a quick break because then we're going to push on to the finish. So obviously you have time left over. I have that there is an hour left over and an hour or more of potential cross-examination. I don't think that that's what everybody's planning on. So let me just ask this: if we just look at that single hour block, and we look at that the time of 40% allowed for cross-examination, would the applicant and the appellant be comfortable with having the appellant have 35 minutes for their presentation and 25 minutes for the applicant's cross-examination? And that seems to make the most sense to me. And then if the applicant or the appellant wants to reserve some time for a summation, a first and last summation, we can take that out of the hour. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
That sounds fine. So the time I reserved right now doesn't matter, which is fine.
No, the time you're reserving right now is in addition to your allowed cross-examination time. So that would leave, Mr. Intelligent, how much time do you want to save up for any summation?
I'd like to save about 10 minutes.
Total, first and last?
I'm not sure what you mean by first. And
So, I mean, if you want to, I'm thinking like in a trial, plaintiff's case. You got, you get your closing, then Mr. McDonald will provide his closing, and then you get the last word as a rebuttal. So
yeah,
like 7 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that.
3 sounds good, sir.
Okay, good. And so why don't we, I need to take a quick break again. So I have 5:41. I guess I'd like to do 5:45, but I don't know if anybody else needs a little more time than that. So does 5:50 work okay for everybody?
That's fine.
Sure.
Okay. All right. We can turn off the recording and we'll re-adjourn at 5:50. All right. Looks like the main players are all here. Mr. Intelligent, who do you want to call first?
I'd like to call Gary Norris back, please.
All right. Mr. Norris?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. You're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Norris, you were here for the prior conversation. We're going to try and keep this short and sweet, okay?
Okay.
I just really want to know the answer to one question. We found out today at the course of this hearing that the section of the portions of Oak Ridge Road that are less than 20 feet wide are about 260 feet by the county's estimate. The applicant has said about 100 feet. They gave some milepost markers, no maps, anything else. They say they're going to widen the road to 20 feet, gravel edge to gravel edge, according to Mr. Hunter. Does that resolve your concerns about traffic safety on Oak Ridge Road if this project is concerned, or if this project is approved?
No, it doesn't. And in fact, the applicant's traffic engineer stated that there were unsafe conditions, steep grades and sharp curves along the corridor, and they failed to identify what the extent of those were, what the magnitude of those were, and what mitigation measures would be appropriate to address those. So I do not believe that it's adequate just to provide a widening of the road.
Does it change your opinions about the level of disclosure of potential problems, pedestrian usage, those sorts of things in the traffic impact study?
No, as I said, this was a woefully inadequate study in the 3 areas that I identified in my report. They pointed out in their report that there were these problems, but they failed to identify what they were, and they failed to provide mitigation measures to address those issues.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here today. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, any cross?
Yes, Mr. Norris, it was my understanding when you testified before on cross-examination, and I don't know if your opinion right now has been changed, but let me just confirm that. You said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we can look at the recording, I guess, that if the Title 12 requirements are on Oak Ridge Road, that you don't have the concerns that you otherwise would have had regarding Oak Ridge Road. Now, the testimony you just provided seems to contradict that now.
You indicated if the requirements of Title 12 were applied to Oak Ridge Road, which states that they are to identify the substandard road conditions and identify mitigation measures to address those, that is what's required in the road standards. Now, when I looked at the requirement of the MDNS, there were issues related to widening the road and issues related to the steep slopes that needed to be addressed. Those are a partial element of what needs to be addressed in terms of dealing with the issues of the road. It was not a comprehensive statement. It was a very cursory statement of what the idea of what those improvements would be.
Okay, so I think you're staying with the testimony you provided during the last cross-examination from what you said.
Correct.
Okay. You also said that the applicant in their studies made a description of the substandard road again, and I just want to know where are you finding that language that they said that?
That they said that the road was substandard?
Yeah.
Where, right in the very first part of my report where I highlighted there, the study in general acknowledges the substandard conditions on Oak Ridge Road, but fails to provide sufficient detail to analyze it. The study provides a cursory statement noting steep grades and sharp curves, but fails to identify the locations where these deficiency exists.
Okay, so steep grades and sharp curves. They say that, so that to me that just defines this as a mountainous road, but they don't say that it's substandard because of that, do they?
They didn't do any evaluation to determine whether it was or not. That's the whole point of this discussion, is that they didn't do a thorough evaluation to document what the issues were.
Okay, I understand that's your opinion, but I just want to make sure that the hearing examiner knows that the applicant never said it's a substandard road. Your opinion is based upon, it sounds like, the sharp curves and steepness, that there has to be more studies done, and that it's your opinion then it's substandard. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, can I have one moment for redirect?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Norris, Mr. McDonald asked you if the Title 12 standards applied to this road and were fully applied. would you agree that, I guess, if that the impacts might be mitigated? Title 12 contains a whole lot of standards, correct?
That's correct.
A lot more than apply to fire access roads, correct?
That's correct.
And a whole lot more than just making sure that the width of the gravel is 20 feet from edge to edge, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you very much. Your next witness?
Mr. Ross Tillman.
Hello again.
Good evening.
All right, sir, you are still under oath as well.
Understood.
Good to see you again, Mr. Tillman. I have the same question for you. We found out over the course tonight that they're planning on widening Oak Ridge Road from gravel edge to gravel edge, so it'll be 23 uniformly throughout. Does that change your views about the adequacy of disclosure to form an opinion about the significant adverse impacts on this project?
Well, no, it doesn't. And I was interested in Mr. Hunter's testimony about how they measured the road, gravel edge to gravel edge. And indeed, much of it may be 20 feet gravel edge to gravel edge, but that is very different than saying that there's 20 feet of traveled way. Indeed, those gravel edges tend to slope out. They're not firm and stable. If one's wheels were to go over to that edge, it could actually pull the car off the road. That's not a stable surface. So in fact, that 20 feet of gravel edge to gravel edge doesn't comply with county code that says lanes should be at least 10 feet wide. Travel lane, that means a surface that would support a vehicle across the full 10 feet. So one, I don't think that complies with the county's own code. And then also, it doesn't provide any shoulder. It doesn't provide any refuge for a pedestrian. It doesn't address sight distance issues at curves. It just puts more gravel out there, but it doesn't do a full job of making that a safe and predictable road for vehicles and pedestrians.
Thank you. Mr. Examiner, on my end, Mr. Tillman cut out for quite a while there. Was it just me, or what did he cut out for you too?
I was taking notes. I think I heard the whole thing. So
Fair enough. I just want to make sure. It's just
I don't know. Mr. McDonald, did you hear him cut out?
No, I know. I heard all of it, I believe.
Let's go to somebody. Mr. Norris, did you hear him cut out?
No,
I did not.
Okay, good. Let's go.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Tillman. Do you know, does a travel lane typically include the shoulder?
No, travel lane is the basically from the fog line at the right edge of the road to the central line. That's the travel lane. The shoulder is to the right of the fog line at the edge of the road.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One other question. I don't know if you recall when I was having my discussion with Ms. Brown about their risk assessment methodology using the Highway Safety Manual. And that was for, I believe it was a Highway Safety Manual, and it was a predictive methodology for rural 2-lane roads. Mr. McDonald asked her a question implying that Mr. Hunter had said that methodology was okay for gravel roads. I recall Mr. Hunter talking about a rural roads manual. I don't know what these things are necessarily. Do you recall what Mr. Hunter testified, and was it the same thing as the predictive methodology that Ms. Brown used?
What I recall Mr. Hunter answering was a question from Mr. McDonald. Did he use the Highway Safety Manual? His response was, yes, we use the Low Volume Roads Manual. So either it's not the answer doesn't follow from the question. So whether it was a misunderstanding, a mishearing, but I never heard Mr. Hunter say that they used the Highway Safety Manual. He was referring to the Low Volume Roads Manual, which is more the design guidelines, which we've talked about considerably today.
And did Mr. Hunter, to your recollection, speak about the Highway Safety Manual's predictive methodology for low volume rural roads?
I did not hear him discuss that matter.
Okay, very good. Does anything here today change your mind about the adequacy of Oak Ridge Road for this particular use?
No, it doesn't. Being nominally meeting the needs of a fire access road for a public road, you know, is incongruent with the rest of county standards, and particularly in the way in which it was described, as I just mentioned. Gravel edge to gravel edge is not the same as proper travel lanes. It still doesn't address the mix of vehicles, new tourists unfamiliar with the area, mixing with occasionally semis hauling fruit, logging trucks, that whole mix. The consequences of that mix have not been evaluated.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I appreciate it.
The day has turned long. You're in the spotlight now.
I am. Sun setting. So, Mr. Tillman, you obviously heard Ms. Liskowski's testimony, right? Correct?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. So she had said that within the work that they were doing, they took all the county data, and that county data included all of the larger vehicles that exist, that go through the roads. So do you disagree? Do you disagree that they used that data? Because you're saying they didn't evaluate the larger vehicles.
I did not hear say exactly how that data was considered. I believe it was most likely used in the intersection level of service analysis, because there's an entry for the share of heavy vehicles when you do those intersection calculations. And as I recall looking at the intersection level of service worksheets that was in there, what I did not hear was how the presence of those trucks, and it was a fairly large share of trucks, 16 to 23% at a couple of different locations, how that was considered in terms of vehicles passing one another on the road, whether it was even possible for opposing vehicles to pass at all locations. I never heard any discussion about that.
Well, okay, but so it sounds like you looked at the data.
I looked at what was in their studies.
Yeah, the data in their studies.
Yeah.
And if it's a true 20-foot road and there's 10 feet on each side, as you say, the driving lane, why would you doubt that kind of traffic can't be on the road together if it is 20 feet?
Well, as I have just explained, the 20 feet is what I would say a nominal 20 feet. The actual functional width of the travel lane on this gravel road is less, because it's not a firm gravel surface across all 20 feet of the road. So the road still doesn't come up to a 20-foot width with two 10-foot travel lanes.
So you're disputing even the county's determination that, except for the 260 feet, this is not a 20-foot road.
I heard Mr. Hunter say they measured gravel to gravel. That's different than measuring 20 feet worth of travel lanes.
Oh, interesting. Well, it appeared that Mr. Norris measured it in his report, and that's where he came up with the 17.9 feet gravel to gravel. Is that correct? Is that what you understand?
I think he found one of them that was among the narrower sections that he measured. That wasn't the narrow, but he said it was among the narrower sections.
All right. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Telligent, anything further?
Yeah, just a few. Mr. Norris, were you here when I asked, oh no, sorry, Mr. Norris, I apologize, Ross. Mr. Tillman, were you here when I asked Ms. Klickitat if she knew whether or not a logging truck would take up more or less than half of a 20-foot road. She said she didn't know.
Yes, I recall hearing that.
Does that give you reason to doubt whether or not maybe two logging trucks could pass each other on a 20-foot road?
I object. That's pure speculation.
Well, you asked the question, sir.
Well, no, if you haven't laid a proper foundation about how wide the trucks are, if he's measured them, if he knows all this stuff, but if he has an opinion, let him say it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was asking the question because Mr. McDaniel just asked the question as though when Mr. Tillman said that there was a risk of it not being able to pass, he said, well, are you disagreeing with Ms. Fleesikowski? And acted like he was challenging. I'm just pointing out, Ms. Fleesikowski testified she didn't know if they could pass. She didn't know if they took up more than half the road. But that's fine.
He said he heard that testimony. That was the question.
Very good. Thank you so much. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
And when Mr. Norris measured the road and found it was 17 or so feet from gravel edge to gravel edge, that was to show a deficiency, correct? Is that your understanding?
Well, that's right. It falls short of the county's requirement for a 10-foot travel lane.
Yeah. And the fact that Mr. Norris measured 17 feet gravel edge to show a deficiency doesn't necessarily mean you should be measuring gravel edge to gravel edge in trying to meet the actual requirements of the code, correct?
Well, the code talks about a travel lane, not just the width of the gravel.
Right. Fair enough. No further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you very much. And any other witnesses?
Nope, that is it.
Oh, okay. We've got time. Mr. Intelligent, I am
so I was going to do 7 minutes and then 3.
Would you like more?
Yeah, I mean, I think I accomplished that pretty quickly.
You did. You did.
And I know that Ms. Calkins would like a few moments to address sort of the Western gray squirrel issues in her closing. Can we settle on a time, and I'll set my timer, and then I can pass it off to her when I'm done?
Why don't we do, you want more, I guess I'm thinking a total of 15 minutes. Do you want 10 and 5, or would you like 12 and 3?
Let's do 10 and 5. That sounds perfect.
All right. And then Mr. McDonald will leave you with 10 for your summation. Okay?
Sounds good. Shall I start?
If you're ready, let's go.
Thank you. So first, Mr. Examiner, thank you for your time here today. You know, as I've been sitting with this case, we have all been sitting with this case for quite a while. A lot has happened, it seems like, to get to this point. But as I reflect on this case, the one thing that I would like to impress upon you as you go back to deliberate is that this case is about fundamental public safety, okay? It is the largest development coming into this area in terms of traffic, bigger than anything else. I mean, you've heard the numbers, 30 to 40 cars on this road per day now, upwards of 300 not too long. It's a huge increase, a tenfold increase. And, you know, what we hear from the county, or at least through, I guess, the county witnesses who have agreed to be called by the developer, we hear that, you know, hey, our standards don't address dust. Our standards say what they are. And when I talk to the applicants' experts, you know, there's very little attention paid to things that really ought to be, I think, common sense, okay? You're going to be putting a ton of cars on a road that is frequented by logging trucks and ag vehicles. It's dusty. It's windy. It's steep. People are scared, sir. And what we hear is, hey, there's not a requirement to go document pedestrian usage. There's not a requirement to document bicycles. There's not a requirement to do this. There's not a requirement to do that. But they should know. They should know when cattle use the road. They should know what color the cattle are because they're black and they're hard to see at night. They should know that it's dusty because dust makes it hard to see. And dust is going to get in the air, and dust is going to reduce the air quality for people. It's not going to be good. So, you know, it's frustrating. And then my client shows that the road isn't even 20 feet. He did that back in September. And then we get the same response from the developer's traffic consultant. No, the road's 20 feet wide, 20 feet wide, 20 feet wide, 20 feet wide. Not a lick of acknowledgement that this road is substandard until after the MD&S is issued, until we're several months down the road. Then finally we get an acknowledgement. Oh yeah, it's 17 feet in a couple places. No acknowledgement of where those places are. And they can't even get the number straight. Is it 100 feet? Is it 260 feet? We have no clue. That should have been in the traffic study. They should have told people where the deficiencies are, where are the sight lines having a problem, okay? Is it gonna be safe to walk on this road a year and a half from now? We should have been told that, and we weren't. And I would encourage you to go back and read conditions 16 and 17 of that MD&S, because those were not intended to apply to Oak Ridge Road. Those apply to private access roads. It doesn't even appear that they knew the road was less than 20 feet wide until after the MD&S was published, until they were preparing for this appeal. And now they've decided they're gonna apply those to Oak Ridge Road. And they're only applying the standards for a private access road. They're not applying all the standards for public roads. And I'll tell you, there are requirements for travel lanes. There are, sir. If you look at section 1230.040E, .4, travel lanes shall be a minimum of 10 feet wide, 12 feet being desirable. 10 feet's the bare minimum, 12 feet is desirable. That's consistent with what Mr. Tillman told you about the travel lanes should actually be 24 feet wide, which is supported by the fact that they're agricultural vehicles. Because they're wider, they're a problem, they're slower moving. And when I asked Ms. Fleesikowski about the ag vehicles, she had no idea how wide the vehicles are. She didn't know if a logging truck is going to take up more than half the road. These are things that people should know before they decide whether there's going to be a significant adverse impact. That's common sense. I would also note in section 1230.060 of the county road standards, this is talking about decks on bridges, but it makes a clear distinction between lanes and shoulders. And talks about roadway widths need to include the lane width plus the shoulder width. And it implies that those terms are different, sir. The lane width does not include the shoulder. So the county is saying it's going to measure from gravel edge to gravel edge. It doesn't cut it. A couple other things I'd like to note about today. When Chief Long was called, I think everybody here respects Chief Long. I think everybody here likes to hear his opinion. But I would note that when Mr. McDonald asked Mr. Long, he said, is there an increased risk of fires on the site? What did what did Chief Long say? He said, quote, that's somewhat debatable. He went on to talk about how well the current condition of the land will actually be improved over time, right? And that's true. They're going to clean up the land. They're going to get rid of some of the fuel. But he only addressed half the problem. He only addressed half the problem. There's the condition of the land, and then there's increased ignition sources. And there will be increased ignition sources. There's going to be campfires. There's going to be cars. There's going to be people potentially smoking. It's a scary problem. It's something that should not be, where we should not make a decision based on something that is somewhat debatable. And when the only information we have only addresses half the equation, that's reckless. And you know what? For under canvas to say that we are using it as a pretext, I agree with my client. It's frankly insulting. If I lived in this area, I'd be terrified. And I think my clients are terrified. And I think that people are terrified. And I think that the county owes it to them when you're dealing with people who are going to potentially be trapped in a forest fire. I think you need to know these things. I will just say one more thing. When I asked Ms. Lindblad why an evacuation plan wasn't prepared, she says because the project might change. Turns out they actually have one. They've been giving it to Chief Long. There is one right now, and the project has even approved. He's been reviewing it. That's something that shouldn't happen behind closed doors. That's something that should be given to the public. The agency should review and figure out if there's going to be a problem before the MDNS is issued, not after. And I will pass this over to Ms. Calkins. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Telligent, it's a very efficient use of 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Good job. Ms. Calkins, 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Examiner. So the issue with Western gray squirrel, which we're talking about because it is a listed species, is actually pretty simple. As you heard from our expert, the project is likely to have a significant impact. So one piece of the SEPA question is whether or not there'll be a significant impact, but the other question is whether there was even enough information to figure it out. The information that it was provided requires the presumption that there are squirrels there and that the habitat is suitable. I didn't hear anything from Ms. Hartung to the contrary. I didn't hear anything from her to establish that she went on the ground to figure out whether or not the habitat was suitable. I didn't hear anything about whether she went on the ground to figure out whether or not there are squirrels there. So the only information that you have before you is that this is suitable habitat and there are squirrels there. And then our expert, Dr. Stewart, testified to several risk factors that she's concerned about, including increasing traffic, wildfire, habitat degradation, and disturbance. And as she testified, there's no analysis or information in the report to rebut her assertion that these are going to have significant impacts. They just didn't do the analysis. And finally, just to circle back around to the habitat analysis, it's a fairly simple question of whether these plans are going to help the squirrels at the point the project causes an impact, or are they going to create habitat when there are no squirrels around to use it? And so that, as you heard both my expert and Ms. Hartung suggest, is the problem with those plans. Neither of them are going to give the squirrels the habitat they need at the moment they need it when this project has the impacts that Dr. Stewart asserted it will have. And I would like to close off there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me, oops, not that, stopwatch, not that. All right, Mr. McDonald, are you ready?
Sure, I'll try to respond. So I think we have to remember why we're here. We're here under SEPA determination for a threshold determination. A determination is whether the threshold decision was properly done. The decision to issue a determination of non-significance is upheld if it is based upon a consideration of environmental factors sufficient to amount to a prima facie compliance with the procedural requirement of SEPA, and if the determination is based on information reasonably sufficient to evaluate the proposal's environmental impact of the proposal. What the appellants are asking is essentially what would otherwise, and probably even more in this, would otherwise be done if there was a determination of significance and we're in the middle of whether there is an adequate environmental impact statement. We're not at that. The specifics that they're asking for are just not consistent with what you would do under SEPA analysis for determining determining the threshold decision. I think you'll see going through all the documents that there was a large amount of documentation that the county went through in terms of determining whether or not there is a significant environmental impact based upon the conditions that they have available to place on the project. The pertinent question is whether the environmental factors were adequately considered before the final decision was made. They were considered. The record is replete with that. What the appellants are focusing in on is you missed something. And then they're trying to accuse the applicant and the county screwing up by the fact that, hey, there are these certain points on the road that we didn't consider before. Well, the fact is that the MDNS has that condition that says it has to meet Title 12. And Title 12 for, yeah, fire access. And Title 12 is 20 feet. You heard from the county, Jeff Hunter, and you heard from Mochi that will, I don't know if Mochi said this, but Jeff Hunter was, that does satisfy the safety concerns. They look at the level of service. They determine what is the level of service in those areas. And Mr. Hunter, who knows this stuff, said, we're way below the level of service when we add these additional cars on there. There is no issue with the safety increase, the safety that goes beyond any kind of significant impact. We have to respect that. I think there's a little hype here in terms of everybody's scared. Well, everybody, they should be scared right now. But the fact is that this project is not going to increase the risk of fire any more than if you had any other project on that property. And Chief Long was correct, is that to the extent that you're getting somebody on that property that is going to do something good with that property, the risk of fire actually lessens. And one thing is that we didn't call Mr. Wright because we didn't think there was going to be a forest, and they didn't call their forest expert, Mr. Scott. But there was still a lot of discussion about that. But when you read through the fire management plan and you read what the Mr. Wright put in there in terms of conditions that should be put in there, that Chief Long said exactly that's what we need, then as Mr. Wright said, yeah, when you get more people in there, it might go from moderate to high. But that's why we have these mitigation measures put in there. That's why we have the trainings that occur with the staff. That's why we have all this fire prevention on site. That's why we trim the trees, the undergrowth. So when you do all that, then you're mitigating for the risk of that fire. And so, there's a big thing about made moderate to high to moderate. But the fact is like Chief Long said, is yeah, it's debatable. It's obviously debatable, and he's got to be very careful because he's got to be very neutral, and he is neutral. And but his conclusion was just that you are going to have less risk of a fire than the conditions of it right now. I'm trying to respond to all those, but everything that was said on that. Now, there's a big accusation that surprise the MDNS applies to Oak Ridge Road. Well, that's good. I would think they would be glad if that applies to Oak Ridge Road. Instead, they're making it something to throw in the face of the county and the applicant. It applies to Oak Ridge Road. And Mr. Norris, despite his wavering on this rebuttal, did say that if you do follow Title 12, if you do follow that condition in the MDNS, that resolves a lot of the issues. Now, I know we went back and forth on that, but that's the case. And then when we have the squirrels, Dr. Stewart agreed that if we implemented the full recommendation of the Fish and Wildlife, that addresses the habitat concerns of the squirrel. The habitat concern being the major concern. And we are. The MDNS implements the entire recommendation of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. One of the things that Ms. Calkins said is that it is implied that through the SEPA process, we are supposed to improve the habitat. No, that's not the standard. That's not the standard under SEPA. The standard under SEPA is what is the impact on the squirrels themselves? Not have you followed the plan and improving it. But the fact is we are going to be improving it, but apparently not enough. But that's not the standard under SEPA. I'm not following my time, so please interrupt me, Mr. Conkamp, if I'm
3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
So also on dealing with the squirrel, the snare hair tubes, it was interesting that Dr. Stewart said, you know, you should do this. But really all it's doing is, unless you do the DNA analysis, all it's really doing is telling you that the squirrels are there. We're assuming the squirrels are there. And in fact, based upon, you know, Ms. Hartung's testimony and based upon the requirements, is that the trees that are already there from the 2014 survey, they still are going to be protecting those. Even if the squirrels aren't there, they're going to be protecting those. And then the new survey is going to be done and they're going to be protecting those under the conditions of the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And they will, and so, and that seemed, that satisfied Dr. Stewart. So I'm not sure why we are having a big dispute about the western gray squirrel on that. Now, there is a question of the habitat in the clear-cut area, but as was testified to, the person who's been on site and knows it says that's not even habitat. That's not even, they don't even exist. The western gray squirrel isn't in that area anymore. It's actually the California squirrel. So we're not pushing any squirrels out by that. There was no expert from the appellants on the evacuation plan. None. The one person who knows about evacuation plans is Chief Long. And he said, despite the fact that he's now looking at a plan that was a preliminary plan for the site, he said that that glacier plan was comprehensive enough for him. And he did say that the draft plan that he has before him is as comprehensive, if not more comprehensive. So we're meeting those criteria. And that goes, and that again, that goes to the wildfire. That goes to the risk of the wildfire. The whole idea of the evidence of no cows, there's no of the evidence of cows. Appellants provide no evidence that there's been cow kills on the road. No evidence.
1 minute left.
What's that?
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. No evidence at all about cow kills. And the color of it, I guess I finally Mr. Telligent explained why he wanted to know everybody if they knew the color of it. The other fact is that this road is less than 2 miles long. The traffic is going to be going both ways out of it. It's not going to be 240 cars or whatever going just one way. They're going to be exiting and entering and from both directions. So there's not going to be one section that's just all 240 cars. And again, I urge you to consider what Jeff Hunter said, who knows this area and feels like that road is going to be, is definitely not going to be overburdened by this project, that the safety issues are not going to be compromised, that you won't see additional accidents. And that's testimony from our experts also. So I urge you to not only look at the evidence, but compare it to the standard for this that is required for a threshold decision. And I'm confident that you will find that that the threshold decision was properly done and should be approved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Telligent, are you going to do this all, or are you going to split some time with Ms. Calkins?
I think I'll take this one, sir.
Okay. All right. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. McDonald said that our complaint is that the county missed something, and that's exactly right. They missed a lot of things. He talks about level of service. The level of service is going to be just fine. As you probably know, level of service, LOS, is a standard that applies to intersections. And it ain't going to do no good if the intersections are working just fine if the people can't get there when there's a fire. They got a ways to go. And did they miss something? Yeah. There's not a single word in the record. How are you going to get all the cars out if there's a fire? And it's not just if there's a fire on the under canvas property. If there is a fire anywhere in the area, people are going to have to get out. You know, so, and if you look at Mr. Long's report, he says, if they do what under canvas says, there will be a reduction in the risk that fire will propagate from or through the property. That's what he says. Well, that doesn't cut it. There could be fires all over the place in that area. The risk goes up every day. Every day we look at the news and there's fire risk. My folks live in Northern California and I am petrified of where they live, okay? I want to move them up here. So it is, everybody knows it's a risk, everybody. And you know, you're supposed to do your SEPA review and consider the context, the actual place where the project is going to go. And you know what? This is a context where it's a steep, gravel, windy road that's substandard. Everybody's admitted that now. There are cows on the road, and yeah, it's important what color they are. Read the comments. People will point that out to you. There are bicyclists, there are joggers, there are logging trucks, ag trucks, all sorts of stuff. That's the context. That's the thing that we're supposed to understand when we make our SEPA determination. And that is what the county missed. And that is what under Canvas, through their council, continue to want to dismiss away as just an insignificant detail. But it is the very heart of what's going on here. And I would simply end, Mr. Examiner, by, I think, saying what Mr. White said to you, what Mr. Morrow said to you in his declaration, and without being presumptuous, what I think a lot of people would say to you, which is go out there if you haven't already, because everybody is of the firm conviction, it seems to me, at least the folks I talk to, that if you get out there and you drive the road and you think, does this look like a safe place to add a whole bunch more cars, knowing that there's ag trucks and logging trucks and cattle and everything else out there, it does not look safe. That's the context, and that's what was missed. And when you're out there, I think it would be good to ask yourself, does this look like the road that I can imagine myself walking on, jogging on, bicycling on, having my kids ride to school on, if this goes in, given the level of analysis that has been done. And I will end there, sir.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, and most obviously, thank all of the attorneys for your preparation, your detailed preparation, and your presentation today. It seemed like we had all the time in the world, and then it just went so fast. So I do appreciate all of your preparation in getting us here today. When we first talked about this, I think at the pre-hearing conference, I asked for an extra week to get my decision out. And I'll ask that again tomorrow on the CUP. But once again, the decision is supposed to be out within 10 working days. Does the applicant have any objection to me getting this decision out within 15 working days?
If that's what you need to do a good job, we definitely have no objection at all.
There's a lot of stuff out there. Mr. Telligent and Ms. Calkins, is 15 working days acceptable?
We have no objection.
So I probably will take a site visit, and just I don't want to let you know when, but I have to make a trip to Portland from Wenatchee, and then from Wenatchee or from Portland back up to Wenatchee. I generally go through Goldendale and down to Biggs, and then cut over to Portland. So when I probably will make a site visit. I want you to know I am very firm that a site visit is not evidence. It's not something that I will refer to in the record that would say, well, I saw this and I saw that, and all of those things. But it is appropriate to give me a context of the area. I've heard so many different people say quite a few different things about the road, and the road is central to a couple of the SEPA issues raised by the appellant. Anyway, if I do make a site visit, I will put it in my decisions, just indicating the date and time that I took a site visit. If anybody sees me driving down the road that lives in the area, and they recognize me from the hearing, please don't flag me down. Please don't stop me. I'm just going to drive through at my leisure a few times to get a sense of the road. And with that, this hearing is temporarily adjourned. I will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the conditional use permit hearing and the recreational vehicle hearing, the recreational park hearing. Just to remind everybody, I know you already know this, but we'll start with the county with a 30-minute presentation. The applicant has requested a 30-minute presentation. I've granted the appellants in this matter a 30-minute presentation. We'll then turn it over to the public, which will be the vast majority of the day. Any members of the public that are still here, we've whittled down a few, but this is just to remind you that it is a 3-minute time limit on all public testimony, and it's not a question and answer period. It is simply a time to state why the project does or does not comply with the applicable rules and regulations for conditional use permits and recreational parks. And then at the end of the public testimony, the applicant has requested, I forget how much time, I'll state it tomorrow, a certain amount of time for their rebuttal, because the applicant does have the burden of proof. So just wanted to remind everybody of that process tomorrow, and have a enjoyable evening. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Cockamp. Thank you, Dr. Calkins and Mr. Telligin. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Kelly.
you.
Take care, everybody.